Every family hides secret. But what if the one you trusted most was ready to sacrifice everything, even your child? In a world where shadows control justice, one mother steps into the darkness to uncover the truth before it's too late. Where are you watching from and at what time? Comment below and let us know. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Dark Pulse for more suspenseful true crime stories and dark thriller narrations every week. Through the veil of deception, kind of stillness that makes the air heavy. In the quiet suburban streets of New York, porch lights glowed like watchful eyes, and behind every curtain were lives dressed in perfection. The Carters were no exception. At least that's what they wanted the world to believe. Sarah Carter stood before the mirror, sliding her earrings into place, rehearsing the smile she would wear at the neighbor's dinner party. She looked flawless, a perfect mother, a devoted wife. Yet in her chest, her heart raced with an unease she couldn't name. "Do we really have to go?" she whispered, adjusting the strap of her black dress. Daniel, her husband, tightened his tie in the reflection beside her. His voice was calm, almost too calm. "It's just dinner, Sarah. First impressions matter. You don't want them thinking we're different." She forced a nod. Emily, their 6-year-old daughter, had fallen asleep upstairs, curled against her stuffed rabbit. The babysitter had canceled last minute, and Sarah suggested skipping the party, but Daniel insisted. "The monitor is on. The house is locked. She'll be fine." Sarah lingered at Emily's bedside before leaving. She brushed a stray curl from her daughter's forehead, whispering, "Mommy will be back soon." The child stirred, mumbled something Sarah couldn't catch, and sank back into dreams. The dinner was a blur of laughter and clinking glasses. Their new neighbors, the Johnsons, hosted with polished smiles and stories rehearsed too perfectly. Vanessa Johnson's laughter echoed too loudly, her hand lingering too long on Daniel's arm as she poured him another glass of wine. Richard, her husband, seemed distracted, his eyes darting toward their teenage son who hardly spoke a word. Sarah played her role, laughing at jokes she didn't find funny, sipping wine she didn't want. Yet her mind wandered home, to the sound of Emily's small breaths. Halfway through the evening, Vanessa leaned close, her perfume suffocating. "You must be exhausted, Sarah. Raising a child alone most of the time. Daniel must work late often, doesn't he?" Sarah stiffened. Daniel's late nights had become routine, explained away with board meetings and client dinners. But the way Vanessa asked it felt like she knew something Sarah didn't. Back home, hours later, the Carters stepped into silence. The house smelled faintly of lavender from Emily's nightlight diffuser. Sarah rushed upstairs, her heels clattering against polished wood. She opened the door to Emily's room, empty. The blankets were thrown aside. The stuffed rabbit lay abandoned on the floor. Her scream ripped through the house. "Emily! Emily!" Daniel bolted up behind her, his face pale but his voice oddly steady. "Calm down, Sarah. She must be hiding." They searched every room, every corner. The back door was unlocked. Sarah swore she had locked it. Her knees buckled as the truth crashed over her. Her child was gone. Neighbors appeared almost instantly, as though waiting for the drama. Vanessa wrapped her arms around Sarah, whispering, "It's going to be okay." But her smile flickered in the porch light like a mask slipping. Richard stood with folded arms, avoiding Sarah's eyes. Their son lingered at the back, staring at the ground, his jaw clenched. Police arrived minutes later. Detective Harris, tall and sharp-eyed, began asking questions. Sarah's voice shook as she explained the timeline. Daniel, however, spoke smoothly, confidently. "I told her the door was probably left open," he said. "Sarah tends to panic." Sarah turned on him, her voice cracking. "I did lock it, I know I did." The detective scribbled notes, his gaze shifting between them. So one of you is mistaken, or someone else had access. The true crime story unfolded in real time, each moment drenched in disbelief. Sarah's hands trembled as she clutched Emily's rabbit, her tears staining the fur. The neighbors murmured, offering comfort, but their eyes betrayed curiosity more than compassion. Later that night, as officers searched the property, Sarah sat in the living room, her mind replaying the evening. A shadow. She remembered it now, on Emily's window just before they left. She dismissed it as her imagination. What if it hadn't been? Daniel sat beside her, his voice low. You're making this worse for yourself. If you start imagining things, they'll think you're unstable. She looked at him, horrified. Our daughter is missing and you're worried about appearances? His jaw tightened. Not every truth deserves to come out. The words chilled her more than the night air. Outside, Detective Harris spoke with another officer. The husband's too calm, the wife's too hysterical. Something doesn't add up. This isn't just a missing child. It feels staged. The murder mystery atmosphere thickened. Secrets lurked in every corner of that neighborhood, and Sarah realized this wasn't only about Emily. This was about something much darker, something that had been waiting to reveal itself through her daughter's disappearance. As the police lights flashed against the quiet homes, Sarah whispered into the night, "Please, God, bring her back." But deep down, she knew this was only the beginning of a psychological thriller that would rip apart every illusion she had ever clung to. And somewhere unseen, a phone buzzed. A gloved hand typed a message. The game has begun. The night grew longer, and the flashing red and blue lights painted the Carter's house like a crime scene in a true crime documentary. Sarah sat on the couch, her face buried in her hands, while Daniel spoke confidently to the officers as though he had nothing to fear. Detective Harris moved closer to Sarah. His voice softened, though his eyes remained sharp. Mrs. Carter, think carefully. Did anyone seem interested in Emily recently? Any strangers around the neighborhood? Anything unusual? Sarah's breath trembled. No strangers, but... She hesitated, remembering Vanessa's odd interest, the way she touched Emily's hair during the block party weeks ago. Our neighbor... She asked a lot of questions about Emily. Too many, maybe. What she likes, what time she sleeps. I thought she was just being friendly. Harris scribbled quickly. And your husband, does he have enemies? Her eyes flicked to Daniel, who was laughing faintly with another officer as if this was nothing more than a nuisance. You should ask him that, she whispered. When Harris turned away, Sarah confronted Daniel. Her voice shook with rage. Why are you acting like this doesn't matter? Daniel leaned in, his whisper cold. Because panic makes us look guilty. Do you want them thinking you had something to do with it? Her eyes widened in horror. Me? You think I could ever... Calm down, he cut her off. You're making a spectacle. The betrayal pierced deeper than any knife. Her husband's mask was cracking, revealing something she had ignored for too long. This was no longer just a missing child. This was a psychological thriller unraveling inside her own home. Hours passed. Officers combed through Emily's room. A small footprint was found near the back door, too large to be hers. A chair slightly moved beneath the window. The detective's notes grew heavier with suspicion. Neighbors offered statements. Vanessa clutched her robe around her shoulders, insisting she'd seen Daniel slip out during the party. Richard contradicted her, saying Daniel never left. Their teenage son refused to speak at all, his silence raising more questions than answers. One officer whispered to Harris, "Feels like everyone here is lying." By dawn, Sarah sat numb on the porch, the cold biting her skin. A neighbor approached quietly, a man named Mr. Ellis who lived 2 houses down. His voice trembled. I saw something last night. I didn't want to say it in front of everyone. There was a shadow in Emily's window before you left. I thought maybe she was awake. Sarah's heart nearly stopped. What time? Around 8:30, right after you pulled out of the driveway. The realization hit like thunder. Someone had been inside the house before they even left. Detective Harris listened carefully, his brow furrowing. That means the abductor was waiting. This wasn't random. This was planned. Sarah collapsed against the railing, whispering, "Why us? Why Emily?" Later that morning, as the sun rose over the neighborhood, Sarah's phone buzzed. Unknown number. Hands shaking, she answered. A distorted voice hissed, "Your child is closer than you think." Then silence. Her scream echoed across the street, officers rushing toward her. The call was traced but unregistered, bouncing through servers across the country. Deliberate, calculated. Daniel stepped forward, trying to take the phone from her, but Harris stopped him. "We'll need to analyze this. Don't interfere." Daniel's eyes flashed, just for a second, with something Sarah had never seen before. A flicker of anger. Or was it fear? That night, Sarah couldn't sleep. She replayed every moment of the dinner, every smirk from Vanessa, every glance from Richard, every whisper between Daniel and the neighbors. Pieces didn't fit, or maybe they fit too well into a pattern she was afraid to name. Sometime past midnight, she crept downstairs. The house was eerily quiet, the kind of silence that feels alive. She opened Daniel's study, a place he often forbade her to enter. Stacks of papers littered his desk, contracts and client files. But tucked between them, she found something chilling, a small notebook. Inside were scribbles, dates, coded notes. And one line underlined twice. "Sacrifice proves devotion." Her breath caught. What kind of devotion required sacrifice? And why did it feel like her daughter had become part of something bigger than a family tragedy? A floorboard creaked behind her. She spun around, clutching the notebook. Daniel stood in the doorway, his face unreadable. "What are you doing?" he asked softly, though his tone carried steel. Her voice cracked. "What is this? What does this mean?" He stepped closer, his eyes locked on hers. "Not every truth deserves to come out, Sarah. Put it back." Tears blurred her vision. "You know something. You've known all along." His lips curled into a faint smile. "You think you want answers, but answers can destroy you." The words chilled her blood. She backed away, clutching the notebook, but Daniel's hand snapped out, snatching it from her grasp. He tucked it into his jacket, his voice calm again. "Go upstairs, get some sleep. Tomorrow, when we'll both tell the police you're under too much stress, they'll understand." Her world collapsed in that moment. Was her husband hiding Emily? Was he part of something darker? Or was she truly losing her mind? As Sarah lay awake, eyes fixed on the ceiling, she realized the truth. She was trapped not only in a missing child case, but in a suspense story far greater. A true crime nightmare with no escape. Every person around her, neighbors, her husband, even supposed friends, were part of a web of deception. And Emily, her sweet little girl, was lost somewhere inside it. Outside, the neighborhood returned to its perfect stillness. Yet beneath that calm, shadows moved. Someone was watching, someone who knew every secret, someone who whispered to themselves in the dark, "The game has only begun." And the second night without Emily was worse than the first. The house no longer felt like a home, but a hollow stage where every shadow carried menace. Sarah sat in the living room, clutching the stuffed rabbit the officers had returned after dusting for prints. Its fur still smelled faintly of Emily's lavender shampoo. Each breath Sarah took was a reminder that her daughter's bed upstairs was still empty. Detective Harris returned with his partner, Detective Ruiz. They had questions. But their presence also carried an unspoken truth. This was no longer just a search for a missing child. This was a murder mystery investigation, though no one dared to say those words aloud. "Mrs. Carter," Harris began, his tone measured, "I need you to walk me through the evening again. Every detail, even the things you might think are unimportant." Sarah's voice trembled. "We left around 7:30. Emily was asleep. Daniel said the back door was locked, but when we came home..." Daniel cut in smoothly. "Sarah is under a lot of stress. She thought she locked it, but it was late. She was rushing." Harris raised a hand. "I want her version, without interruption." Sarah's eyes burned. For once, someone was listening to her. She described the dinner party, the lingering glances, the strange hush that fell whenever she entered a room. She mentioned Vanessa's peculiar questions about Emily, Richard's nervous fidgeting, their son's silence. And then she whispered about the shadow she had seen in Emily's window before leaving. Ruiz leaned forward. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" "Because I thought it was nothing. I didn't want to sound paranoid," Daniel scoffed quietly. "Paranoid is her specialty." The betrayal sliced through Sarah again. She turned to Harris, desperation cracking her voice. "He doesn't believe me. He never believes me, but I know what I saw. Someone was in that room before we left." The detectives exchanged glances. They believed her more than they believed him, though neither said it outright. Later, as the house quieted again, Sarah found herself unable to rest. Her mind replayed every moment of Emily's short life. Her first steps, her giggles, the way she clung to Sarah's hand during thunderstorms. The thought of her alone, frightened, somewhere out there was unbearable. Downstairs, Daniel poured himself a drink, his face expressionless. Sarah crept into the kitchen. "Why aren't you out there searching? Why aren't you tearing this neighborhood apart to find her?" Daniel didn't look at her. He swirled the amber liquid in his glass. "Because running around screaming won't bring her back. This will be solved by logic, not hysteria." Sarah's voice rose. "Logic! Our child is missing, Daniel. She could be..." He slammed the glass on the counter, cutting her off. "Enough. Do you think you're the only one hurting? Do you think I don't feel this?" His eyes burned with a fury she had never seen before. "But weakness doesn't solve problems. Control does." She stepped back, fear flooding her veins. His words weren't those of a grieving father. They were the words of a man protecting something he didn't want uncovered. That same night, her phone buzzed again. Another unknown number. With trembling hands, she answered. The voice was the same, distorted and low. "She's not far." "Look closer to home." Then the line went dead. Sarah dropped the phone, her body shaking. Look closer to home. What did that mean? Was Emily still in the neighborhood? Or did it mean something worse? The next morning, police expanded their search, combing the woods nearby. Dogs barked furiously at a spot near the creek. There, hidden beneath leaves, they found a piece of fabric. A fragment from Emily's pajama top, stained with blood. Sarah collapsed when she saw it. Her screams tore through the trees. Harris knelt beside her, his hand firm on her shoulder. "We don't know what this means yet. Blood doesn't always mean the worst." She could still be alive. But Sarah's heart shattered. The stuffed rabbit slipped from her hands, sinking into the mud. Back at the house, news vans gathered, broadcasting the story as a suburban true crime mystery sweeping through New York. Social media exploded with speculation. Some blamed Sarah, painting her as unstable, the prime suspect in a psychological thriller unraveling live. Others accused Daniel, pointing out his cold demeanor. Hashtags trended. Chana Emily Carter case, Chana on dark crime mystery. Sarah read the headlines and wept. Not only had she lost her daughter, but the world was turning her pain into a spectacle. That evening, Harris returned with new information. "We traced your husband's phone records. He stepped out during the dinner party, made a call that lasted 10 minutes. Sarah's eyes shot to Daniel. "You left? You told me you never left?" Daniel's jaw tightened. It was work, a client emergency. But Harris shook his head. The number he called was disconnected, no records, no trace. The room thickened with tension. Sarah's voice broke, raw with betrayal. "You lied to me. You lied while our daughter was being taken." Daniel's stare was cold, unflinching. "Watch your words, Sarah." The detective stepped between them, sensing the storm ready to erupt. That night, Sarah dreamed of Emily calling for her, a faint echo she couldn't reach. She woke with tears streaming down her face, realizing the nightmare was not in her sleep, but in her waking hours. She wandered to Emily's room, sitting in the empty bed. The rabbit was gone, left outside near the creek. All that remained was the faint smell of lavender. And then she noticed something she hadn't before. A slip of paper tucked beneath the pillow. With trembling fingers, she pulled it free. The message was written in block letters. "She's alive. For now." Her scream echoed through the silent house. The investigation was no longer about finding Emily. It was about surviving a suspense story where every person around her carried a mask. Every secret added weight to the dark crime mystery consuming her life. And as Sarah held that note, her heart pounded with one final realization. The monster was not outside her home. It was already inside. The morning after the blood-stained fabric was found, the neighborhood no longer looked like the quiet haven it had always pretended to be. Patrol cars lined the streets. Reporters camped on sidewalks, and curious onlookers whispered from behind hedges. The Carter's house had become the center of a true crime story, gripping every corner of suburban New York. Sarah sat at the kitchen table, hands wrapped around a cup of coffee gone cold. Across from her, Daniel scrolled through his phone with the calm of a man reading stock reports, not a father whose child was missing. Every clink of the spoon, every sigh he gave, fueled her growing terror that she was living with a stranger. Detective Harris arrived with Detective Ruiz, their eyes tired from sleepless nights. "We've been reviewing statements from your neighbors," Harris began, setting a folder on the table. "Some things don't add up." Sarah leaned forward eagerly. "What do you mean?" Harris flipped through his notes. "Vanessa Johnson claims she saw Daniel slip out of the dinner party around 8:40. Daniel says he never left. Yet the phone records suggest otherwise. Richard Johnson swears Daniel stayed the whole night. Their son refuses to speak. Why would a family contradict themselves so blatantly?" Sarah's gaze darted to Daniel. Why would she say that? Unless she knows something. Daniel's jaw flexed. Vanessa is unstable. She's always had a habit of exaggerating. Ruiz interjected. Instability doesn't explain why their cameras suddenly stopped recording the night Emily vanished. Conveniently, the Johnson security system malfunctioned between 7:30 and 10. Sarah's heart dropped. That can't be coincidence. The detectives exchanged glances. Something about this street, these people smelled rotten. Later that afternoon, Sarah wandered into the yard, desperate for air. Vanessa appeared across the hedge, her silk robe clinging to her frame, a glass of wine already in her hand, though it wasn't even noon. Her smile was sweet, but her eyes sharp. "Oh, Sarah," she purred, stepping closer. "You must be exhausted, all this chaos. I don't know how you're holding up." Sarah's voice shook. "Why did you tell the police Daniel left the party? He didn't. Did he?" She caught her breath. "Did you see something, Vanessa? Do you know where Emily is?" Vanessa's smile widened. "Chilling. Careful, dear. Grief makes people imagine things. She leaned in, whispering so softly Sarah nearly doubted she heard it. Sometimes the people closest to us aren't who we think they are. Sarah recoiled, confusion twisting into rage. What are you trying to say? But Vanessa only sipped her wine and sauntered back toward her house, leaving Sarah trembling with more questions than answers. That evening, Detective Harris stopped by again. He had spoken to Richard privately. Something's off with him too, Harris muttered. He looked terrified, like he was hiding something. Sarah whispered, terrified of who? Of Daniel? Of Vanessa? Harris sighed. Maybe both. Meanwhile, Richard himself sat alone in his study, staring at his shaking hands. His son stood in the doorway, whispering, "Dad, are we going to tell them?" Richard closed his eyes. No. If we talk, it won't just be Emily who disappears. It'll be us, too. The suspense thriller deepened as the Johnson family fractured under invisible pressure. Secrets pressed against the walls of their perfect suburban home, threatening to spill. That night, as Sarah tried to sleep, her phone buzzed once more, a text this time from an unknown number. Your daughter is safe for now, but trust no one next door. She shot up, panic flooding her veins. Trust no one next door. Her trembling hands woke Daniel. He glanced at the screen, his face unreadable. Don't show this to the police, he muttered. Sarah gasped. Why not? They need to know. His voice was cold. Because the more they dig, the worse it gets for all of us. Her heart froze. What was he protecting? Emily? Or himself? The next morning, Sarah watched from her window as Vanessa and Richard argued on their lawn. Vanessa's voice was sharp, slicing through the air. You can't keep covering for him, Richard. He's not who you think he is. Richard grabbed her wrist, hissing something Sarah couldn't hear. Their son watched silently, his fists clenched, eyes filled with something darker than fear. Sarah realized then that this wasn't just her nightmare. Every family on this street was playing a role in a suspense story scripted long before Emily vanished. And somewhere in their secrets lay the truth, a truth hidden behind deadly smiles and closed doors. That evening, Detective Harris called Sarah privately. His voice was grave. We've uncovered something in the Johnsons' past. 10 years ago, another child disappeared in the neighborhood. Case was buried, files sealed. No one talked about it. And guess who lived here then, too? Sarah's breath caught. The Johnsons. Yes. And maybe your husband knows more than he admits. We're pulling records, but Sarah... His voice dropped. If what I suspect is true, you're surrounded by predators. The line went silent, leaving Sarah clutching the phone with icy hands. The psychological thriller had transformed her quiet street into a hunting ground. And everyone around her wore a mask. And somewhere out there, Emily's small voice was waiting to be heard. The neighborhood no longer felt like a sanctuary. Every curtain drawn tight, every whisper behind closed doors. Sarah could feel the lies pressing in on her from all sides. The Carters' home had become both a prison and a stage in a suspense thriller no one had agreed to star in, yet everyone was performing their part. Detective Harris called Sarah to the precinct early that morning. She sat across from him in the dim interrogation room, her hands trembling against the metal table. Ruiz entered carrying a stack of files, his face grave. We dug deeper into the Johnsons, Harris said, sliding the files toward her. 10 years ago, when they lived here before, there was another disappearance. A 7-year-old boy last seen riding his bike. The case went cold, and then, strangely, the Johnsons moved away. 2 years later, they came back. No one ever questioned it. Sarah felt her stomach turn. And you think Vanessa and Richard? We don't know. But too many coincidences make a pattern, Ruiz added. What we can't figure out is why no one in this neighborhood ever talks about it. It's like the entire block agreed to bury the truth. Sarah whispered, "What if they're burying it again, using my daughter this time?" When she returned home, she found Vanessa waiting at her door. The woman's lipstick was perfect, her smile polished, but her eyes darted with restless energy. "Sarah, we need to talk," Vanessa insisted, stepping inside without being invited. She lowered her voice. "The police. They're asking the wrong questions. They'll ruin everything if they keep digging." Sarah's blood ran cold. "Ruin what? Finding my daughter?" Vanessa placed a manicured hand on Sarah's arm. "You don't understand. Some truths are worse than lies." Sarah jerked away, her voice sharp. "My daughter is missing. There is no truth worse than that." For a split second, Vanessa's mask slipped. Her jaw clenched, her smile faltered. Then just as quickly, it was back. She whispered, "Be careful who you trust, Sarah. Even your own husband." The words struck like a blade. Sarah slammed the door after Vanessa left, her chest heaving. She turned to Daniel, who had been listening from the staircase. "Why would she say that? Why would she warn me about you?" Daniel's eyes narrowed. "Because she wants you to turn against me, don't you see? She's trying to break us apart." Sarah shouted back, her voice cracking. "We were already broken, long before Emily disappeared." The silence afterward was unbearable. That evening, Detective Harris returned with new evidence. "We've been reviewing footage from traffic cameras near the neighborhood," he said, spreading photos across the table. One showed Richard's car leaving the neighborhood at 9 p.m. the night Emily vanished. Another showed Vanessa walking alone down the street 15 minutes later, her phone pressed to her ear, though she claimed she never left the party. "They lied," Harris muttered. "Both of them lied." Sarah stared at the images, her pulse racing. Where were they going? What were they doing? Harris leaned closer. "That's what we're going to find out. But listen carefully, Mrs. Carter. You need to be cautious. If the Johnsons are involved, they may try to silence you too." That night, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling she was being watched. She locked every window, checked every door twice, yet still felt unseen eyes crawling across her skin. Sometime after midnight, she crept downstairs for water. That's when she saw it. An envelope slid under the front door. Hands shaking, she tore it open. Inside was a photograph. Emily, her wide eyes filled with terror, a rope visible around her wrists. Across the bottom, written in thick black ink, were the words, "Choose wisely who you trust." Sarah dropped the photo, a scream catching in her throat. Daniel rushed into the room, snatching the picture before she could react. His face was unreadable as he stared at it. "We need to give this to the police," she cried, but Daniel shook his head slowly. "No. If we show them, they'll only make things worse." Her voice cracked. "Worse? How could it be worse?" His eyes darkened. "You don't know the people we're dealing with." The betrayal twisted inside her like a knife. He knew something. He had always known more than he admitted. The next morning, Harris pressed harder on the Johnsons. He separated Vanessa and Richard, placing them in different rooms. Vanessa broke first. "I saw Daniel that night," she blurted. "He wasn't at the party the whole time. He met me outside. He said there was something he had to finish." "Finish what?" Harris demanded. Vanessa's voice shook. "I don't know. But he scared me. I've never seen him like that before." Richard, when questioned separately, told a different story. "Vanessa wasn't home all night. She told me not to ask questions. When she came back, her hands were shaking. She wouldn't tell me why." Harris rubbed his temples, muttering to Ruiz, "They're covering for someone, maybe for each other. Or maybe for Daniel." Back at home, Sarah sat alone in Emily's room, clutching the stuffed rabbit she'd retrieved from the police. Her tears stained its fur. She whispered to the silence, "Emily, where are you? Please, baby, give me a sign." And then she noticed something, the faint outline of muddy footprints on the carpet near the window. Larger than Emily's, smaller than Daniel's. They hadn't been there before. Someone had come back. Someone had stood there watching her grief. The realization clawed at her chest. This wasn't just a kidnapping. It was a message, a game, and she was the pawn being moved across the board. The suspense thriller had shifted from a search for her daughter into a nightmare where betrayal lurked in every corner. The neighbors, her husband, even her own sanity, all of it tangled in a web of lies. And as Sarah knelt by the window staring at those muddy prints, she whispered to herself the truth she feared most. I don't know who to trust anymore. Rain fell the next evening, soft at first, then harder, drumming against the windows like impatient fingers. Sarah stood at Emily's window, staring at the muddy footprints still etched into the carpet. They seemed to mock her, a silent reminder that someone had been here inside her child's sanctuary, playing a game she could not understand. Detective Harris arrived just as the storm darkened the sky. His trench coat dripped onto the floor as he entered. "We've got something," he said, his tone clipped. A neighbor finally spoke. Sarah's breath caught. "Who?" "A retired teacher on the next block. She said 10 years ago when that boy went missing, she saw Richard Johnson carrying a black duffel bag into the woods. She never reported it. Said she didn't want to accuse anyone without proof. But she remembered it clearly." Sarah's stomach twisted. A duffel bag with a child. Harris's jaw tightened. She can't prove what was inside, but it's enough to reopen the old file. The true crime story had suddenly doubled in weight. Emily's case wasn't the first horror on this street. It was history repeating itself. That night, Sarah confronted Daniel in the living room. Her voice shook with rage. "Did you know about the boy who went missing here before? Did you know about the Johnsons?" Daniel's eyes flicked up from his glass of scotch. "Everyone knows, people just don't talk about it." Sarah's breath hitched. "And you didn't think I deserved to know before we moved here? Before we brought Emily here?" He set the glass down, his voice sharp. "If you'd known, you never would have agreed to this house, this neighborhood. My career depends on proximity to these people. I didn't need your paranoia ruining it." Her tears blurred her vision. "Our daughter is missing, Daniel, and you're worried about your career?" His lips curled in disdain. "You never understood what's at stake." The betrayal cut deeper than ever. For the first time, Sarah feared not only for Emily, but for herself. Later that night, as the storm thundered, Sarah jolted awake to a faint tapping at the back door. She crept downstairs, heart hammering. A shadow shifted outside. With trembling hands, she pulled the door open. No one there. Only an envelope, soaked from the rain. Inside was another photograph of Emily, her eyes wide with terror, bound to a chair in what looked like a basement. This time, scrawled across the bottom, "The past always returns." Sarah screamed, the sound lost beneath the storm. Daniel rushed in, snatching the photo. For a second, she saw something flicker in his expression. Not shock, not grief, but recognition. "You've seen this place before," she accused, her voice raw. "Where is it? Where is she?" Daniel's face hardened. "Don't say things you don't understand." Detective Harris studied the photo the next morning. "We're running analysis on the background," he explained. "But it looks like an unfinished basement. Could be any number of houses around here." He hesitated, then added, "Or it could be older, from before." Sarah whispered, "From when the boy disappeared." Harris nodded grimly. Exactly. Meanwhile, the Johnsons grew more erratic. Vanessa was seen wandering the street late at night, muttering to herself, clutching a cigarette with shaking hands. Richard stayed locked inside, curtains drawn, snapping at anyone who knocked. Their son, pale and silent, sketched strange drawings at school. Houses with barred windows, children with no faces. The suspense thriller thickened. Sarah felt like the entire neighborhood was suffocating her. Every house a potential prison. Every neighbor a suspect. One evening, Sarah confronted Vanessa directly. She stormed across the lawn, rain soaking her hair, rage fueling her steps. She pounded on the Johnsons' door until Vanessa appeared, her silk robe clinging to her frame. Sarah shoved the photo at her. "Where is she? Where is my daughter?" Vanessa's smile flickered, brittle as glass. "You think I took her? You think I'd risk everything for your child?" Sarah's voice broke. "I don't know what to think anymore, but I know you're lying about that night. About everything." Vanessa leaned close, her voice a whisper laced with venom. "We all lie, Sarah. That's how we survive here. You're the only one still playing the role of victim." Sarah's knees nearly buckled. What does that mean? But Vanessa only closed the door, leaving Sarah trembling in the rain. The next day, Harris discovered something that made the case darker than ever. A hidden report buried deep in police archives. The boy from 10 years ago. His blood was found near the same creek where Emily's pajama fragment was discovered. But the file had been sealed, never released, stamped with signatures from high-ranking officials. Ruiz slammed the folder shut. "This wasn't incompetence, this was a cover-up." Sarah's voice cracked. "You mean they let it happen? They knew?" Harris met her gaze, his expression grim. "This is bigger than a missing child. This is systemic. And if we're not careful, Emily won't be the last." The murder mystery now pulsed like a living thing, breathing through every wall of that neighborhood. Betrayal wasn't just between neighbors, it was in the very institutions meant to protect them. That night, Sarah sat at Emily's desk, staring at the photo again. Her daughter's terrified eyes pleaded silently, begging her not to give up. Sarah swore through her tears. "I'll find you, baby, no matter what it takes." But as she whispered into the silence, she felt the prickling certainty that someone was listening. Someone close. Someone who already knew how this story would end. And as the storm raged outside, unseen eyes watched from across the street, a smile curling beneath the veil of deception. True crime. Suspense. The perfect marriage. That wasn't the storm had passed, but inside the Carter home the silence was heavier than thunder. Sarah sat at the dining table staring at Daniel across from her. The man she once thought she loved looked like a stranger now. Cold eyes, calm voice, a mask she was only beginning to see through. She broke the silence first. "You knew about the boy. You knew about this neighborhood's past and you said nothing. Why?" Daniel's fork clattered against his plate, the sound sharp as glass. "Because it didn't matter. That was 10 years ago." "It matters now," Sarah shouted, her voice shaking. "Our daughter is missing, Daniel. And you knew this place was rotten long before we moved in. Why would you bring us here?" His face hardened. "Because appearances matter. Do you think I worked this hard for us to live in some shabby apartment? Success requires sacrifice." Her tears fell hot and fast. "Sacrifice? Emily is not your sacrifice." For the first time, his mask slipped, rage flashing in his eyes. "Don't twist my words, Sarah. You've always been dramatic." She froze. He had gaslit her before, turning her fears into delusions, her doubts into imagined hysteria. But now, in the middle of this true crime story unraveling around them, she realized he wasn't just dismissing her. He was controlling the narrative. Later that night, Sarah crept into Daniel's office again. Her hands shook as she pulled open drawers, flipping through files. At first, contracts and legal documents, nothing unusual. But then she found a small locked box. She pried it open with trembling fingers. Inside were photographs, dozens of them. Emily at the park, Emily walking to school, Emily sleeping in her bed. Some were taken from angles Sarah couldn't recognize, like through the window or from across the street. Her breath caught in her throat. Daniel's voice cut through the silence. "Looking for something?" She spun around, the box in her hands. "What is this? Why do you have these?" His expression didn't change. "I like to keep track of things." Her voice broke. "Keep track? These look like surveillance photos, Daniel. Who took them? You? Or someone you know?" He stepped closer, calm, terrifyingly calm. "You're hysterical. Again, you always see monsters in the shadows." She threw the photos at him, her sobs breaking the stillness. "Our daughter is gone, and you're hiding something from me. Tell me the truth." He knelt, calmly gathering the scattered photographs. "Truth is dangerous, Sarah. You should know that by now." Her whole body shook. She could no longer tell if Daniel was protecting Emily or hiding her. The next morning, Detective Harris noticed the change in Sarah's demeanor. She looked hollow, her eyes ringed with sleepless nights. When he asked what was wrong, she hesitated, then told him about the photographs. Harris's face darkened. "Where are they now?" She swallowed hard. "Daniel took them. He won't let me near them." Ruiz muttered, "That's not just controlling. That's incriminating." But when they confronted Daniel, he produced only a handful of harmless family photos, smiling as if Sarah had exaggerated. "My wife's under immense stress. You can't take her word at face value right now." The betrayal burned like fire in Sarah's chest. She realized Daniel was not just manipulating her. He was manipulating everyone. That night, Sarah dreamed of Emily again, her little girl standing at the foot of her bed. Emily's lips moved, whispering, but no sound came out. Sarah woke with a gasp, tears streaking her face. Unable to bear the silence, she called her sister, Julia. The two hadn't spoken much in months, their relationship strained by old wounds. But now Sarah needed her. "Julia," she whispered into the phone, "I don't know what to do. I don't even know who my husband is anymore." Her sister's voice was cautious. "Sarah, maybe it's time you admit you've been blind. Daniel was never the man you thought he was. You ignored the signs." Sarah's chest tightened. "What signs?" "His late nights, his controlling nature, the way he isolated you from everyone. You thought it was love. It was control." Sarah sobbed. "But what if he's the reason Emily's gone?" Julia hesitated too long before answering. "Then you have to be stronger than you've ever been." The suspense thriller cut deeper into Sarah's heart. She was unraveling, and every revelation showed her that the perfect marriage she clung to was nothing but an illusion. 2 days later, detectives discovered something chilling. Daniel's car had traces of mud consistent with the creek where Emily's pajama fragment was found. When confronted, he claimed he'd driven there after the police search, "just to see for myself." Harris's voice was sharp. "At 2 a.m, alone, without telling your wife?" Daniel's smile was cold. "Curiosity isn't a crime, detective." Sarah collapsed into a chair, her body trembling. The betrayal was undeniable now. Her husband wasn't just lying. He was covering something, and yet there was still no proof. That evening, Sarah confronted him one last time. "Did you take her, Daniel? Did you take Emily?" His eyes locked on hers, unblinking. "Would it matter if I did?" Her blood froze. She couldn't tell if it was a confession or another cruel game. The psychological thriller that had consumed her life had stripped away every illusion. The perfect marriage was dead. What remained was a nightmare with no end in sight. And in the quiet that followed, Sarah realized the darkest truth of all. She was sleeping beside the enemy. The night after Daniel's chilling words, Sarah barely slept. Every creak of the house felt like a warning, every shadow like a predator lurking in plain sight. She lay awake, staring at the ceiling, wondering how long she had lived inside this lie. Her marriage, her home, her entire life. Every piece of it now looked like a crime scene in disguise. When dawn came, she forced herself to call Detective Harris. Her voice shook as she told him what Daniel had said. Would it matter if I did? The words replayed like a curse. Harris listened silently, then said, "It sounds like he's trying to break you down, gaslighting you until you doubt yourself. But it also sounds like he's slipping. People who hide dark crimes eventually reveal themselves." Sarah whispered, "But what if he already has and I just didn't see it?" Later that day, she visited Julia again. Her sister hugged her tightly, but there was something stiff, something unnatural in the way she held her. Julia listened as Sarah poured out her fears about Daniel, about the photographs, about the blood-stained fabric by the creek. Julia stroked her hair gently. "Sarah, maybe you're right. Maybe Daniel is behind this, but you have to stay calm. If you accuse him without proof, you'll lose everything, your daughter, your credibility, even your sanity." Sarah pulled back, her eyes burning. "Then what am I supposed to do? Just wait until he buries the truth so deep we never find Emily?" Julia hesitated. For a moment, her gaze flickered like she knew more than she wanted to admit. Then she smiled faintly and said, "You have to be smart. You have to outplay him." The words unsettled Sarah. Outplay him. It sounded less like advice from a sister and more like strategy from someone who understood Daniel too well. That night, Daniel came home late again. Sarah sat at the table waiting, the empty wine glass in front of her trembling in her hand. "Where were you?" she demanded. He dropped his coat on the chair, his voice flat. "Work. Work doesn't leave mud on your shoes," she snapped, pointing at the fresh streaks across the floor. Daniel's eyes narrowed. "You're watching me now? Spying on me like I'm the criminal?" Her voice broke. "Then prove you're not. Tell me where you go, what you're doing, why you're hiding things from me." He stepped closer, his shadow falling over her. "Because some truths destroy marriages, destroy lives. If you knew everything, Sarah, you'd wish you didn't." Tears streamed down her cheeks. "I already wish I didn't. Every time I look at you, I see a stranger." He leaned so close she could feel his breath. "Then stop looking." She shuddered, realizing this wasn't just a betrayal, it was war. The next morning, Detective Ruiz called Sarah with something new. "We checked Daniel's financials. He's been making cash withdrawals, large amounts, unaccounted for." Sarah gripped the phone. "What does that mean?" "It means he's funding something off the books. Maybe paying someone, maybe hiding something. Either way, it's suspicious." Her stomach churned. Daniel's calm demeanor, his control. It all made sense now. He wasn't just lying to her, he was moving pieces behind the scenes like a chess master in a psychological thriller, making sure every step was calculated. That night, Sarah couldn't bear the silence of the house. She drove to Julia's, desperate for comfort, but when she pulled into the driveway, she froze. Through the window, she saw Julia on the phone, her voice sharp, her tone urgent. "No, he doesn't suspect me yet," Julia said, pacing the room. "But she's getting closer. We have to handle this carefully." Sarah's chest constricted. She stumbled back to her car, her breath shallow. Was her sister, her only ally, working with Daniel? The betrayal was unbearable. She drove aimlessly, the rain blurring the windshield, her mind spiraling. She thought of Emily's terrified eyes in the photographs, the words written across the bottom. Choose wisely who you trust. Now she understood. Even her sister might be part of the deception. When she finally returned home, Daniel was waiting in the living room. His eyes studied her, calm but piercing. Out late, were you? Her voice trembled. I was with Julia. His smile was faint, knowing. And did she tell you what you wanted to hear? Her blood ran cold. What do you mean? Daniel leaned back, folding his arms. Julia always did like to meddle. Always thought she knew better. But you'd be surprised what secrets your sister keeps. Sarah's knees weakened. What are you saying? He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper. You should ask her where she was the night Emily disappeared. Her breath caught in her throat. She stumbled back, shaking her head. You're lying. You're trying to turn me against her. But doubt had already taken root. The murder mystery was no longer confined to her marriage. Now the web of lies stretched into her own family, binding her in a psychological thriller where every bond of trust crumbled. Later that night, Sarah received another message, a text this time. The game isn't between you and Daniel. It's between you and everyone you love. Her phone slipped from her hand. She sank to the floor, sobbing, whispering into the darkness, Emily, hold on. Mommy's coming. But deep inside, she knew. Finding Emily meant tearing apart every illusion she had ever believed in. Her marriage, her sister, her neighbors. Each one carried a secret, each one played a role. And until the final mask fell, she was trapped in a suspense thriller that was consuming her piece by piece. The house was quiet, too quiet, when Sarah woke the next morning. Daniel had already left, his side of the bed cold. She moved slowly through the house, feeling as though she were walking through someone else's life. The framed photographs on the wall, smiling faces, vacations, and celebrations, all looked like props now. Set pieces for a marriage that never really existed. Her phone buzzed with a message from Detective Harris. Need to see you. Alone. At the station, Harris leaned forward across the table, his eyes steady. We checked Julia's phone records, Sarah. She's been in contact with Daniel, multiple calls, around the time Emily went missing. Sarah felt her blood freeze. That can't be true. She hates him. She's always hated him. Harris's voice was calm but firm. People aren't always who they pretend to be. Sometimes betrayal comes from the people closest to you. Tears welled in her eyes. You think my own sister, helped him? Harris didn't answer. He slid a photo across the table instead. It showed Julia's car parked near the Johnsons' house on the night Emily vanished. Sarah's breath caught. Why was she there? She told me she was home that night. Lies have a way of multiplying, Harris muttered. But we're going to find out. When Sarah returned home, she found Julia waiting on the porch. Her sister's smile was forced, her eyes red as if she'd been crying. Sarah, we need to talk, Julia said softly. Sarah's voice cracked. Then talk. Tell me why you were at the Johnsons' that night. Tell me why you've been calling Daniel. Julia flinched, the mask slipping from her face. I can explain. No! Sarah screamed, her voice raw. Don't you dare stand there and tell me you're on my side while you whisper to the man who destroyed my life. My daughter is gone, Julia. And you were supposed to be the one person I could trust. Julia's eyes filled with tears. You don't understand. I was trying to protect you. Sarah's voice dropped to a whisper. Protect me from what? But Julia didn't answer. She turned and walked away, leaving Sarah trembling in the doorway, rage and grief tearing at her chest. That night, Sarah searched Daniel's office again. She rifled through drawers, desperate for something, anything that could prove his guilt. And then she found it, An email printed and tucked between legal briefs. It was from Julia. She's starting to suspect. We need to keep her calm until it's over. Sarah's breath hitched, the paper shaking in her hand. She read it again and again, each word burning deeper into her chest. Julia and Daniel, together, plotting behind her back. When Daniel came home, she confronted him, the email clutched in her fist. How could you? How could you do this with her? My own sister? Daniel's face was unreadable. He glanced at the paper, then back at her. You shouldn't go through my things, Sarah. Curiosity only makes the pain worse. Her voice shook with fury. Tell me the truth. Did Julia help you take Emily? He stepped closer, his voice low, his eyes cold. Not every truth deserves to come out. She slapped him, the sound echoing through the room. Tears blurred her vision. You're a monster. He didn't flinch. He simply smiled faintly as though her rage amused him. And you're finally starting to see it. That night, Sarah called Harris again, her voice frantic. They're working together. My sister and my husband, they're lying to everyone. Harris's voice was steady. Then we'll make them slip. We'll use their own lies against them, but Sarah, you need to be careful. If they know you figured it out, they might come after you next. Sarah hung up, her chest heaving. She sat in Emily's empty room staring at the toys scattered across the floor, whispering to the silence. I'll find you, baby. Even if it kills me. Hours later, a text buzzed on her phone. Stop digging, Sarah, or you'll lose more than your daughter. Her blood ran cold. The message wasn't signed, but she knew. It was from them. Daniel, Julia, both hiding behind the veil of deception. The suspense thriller had shifted again. The perfect marriage was dead, her trust in her sister shattered. Now Sarah was alone in a true crime story that grew darker with every revelation. And as she clutched the threatening message, one truth seared into her heart. The people she loved most were the very ones destroying her. Detective Harris sat in his office long after midnight, the glow of his desk lamp casting long shadows over the files spread before him. He had seen plenty of true crime stories, but this one was different. The contradictions, the secrets, the cover-ups. It was a labyrinth, and every door he opened only led to more lies. At the Carter home, Sarah stared at the threatening text still glowing on her phone screen. The words burned into her mind. Stop digging, or you'll lose more than your daughter. She sat frozen in Emily's empty room, the silence pressing on her until she could hardly breathe. The next morning, Harris returned to the neighborhood with Ruiz. They called Sarah outside, keeping their voices low. We've pulled Daniel's work logs, Harris said. Half the meetings he claimed to attend never happened. He's lying about where he's been. Sarah's stomach twisted. Then where was he? Ruiz answered. That's what we're trying to find out. But we also discovered something about Julia. Sarah's throat tightened. My sister? Harris nodded grimly. She's been moving money. Large transfers into an account that doesn't belong to her. When we traced it, the account linked back to Daniel's firm. She's not just in contact with him, Sarah. She's in business with him. The betrayal seared deeper. Her husband and her sister tangled together in lies, and Emily somewhere in the middle of it all. That night, Sarah tried to confront Julia. She drove to her sister's house, rage and fear pushing her forward. Julia opened the door, her expression carefully neutral. We need to talk, Sarah snapped, forcing her way inside. Why are you working with him? Why are you sending him money? Julia sighed, her voice weary. You don't understand, Sarah. Daniel has power more than you know. If I don't play along, he'll destroy me. And you too. Sarah's voice broke. Destroy us? He already has. Emily is gone because of him. Julia's eyes flickered, a shadow passing across her face. You think it's just Daniel? You think he's the only one pulling strings on this whole neighborhood, and it's built on secrets, on deals, on blood? Sarah recoiled. What are you saying? But Julia only shook her head. You don't want the truth, trust me. Sarah stormed out, her heart pounding. She realized Julia wasn't just lying, she was protecting something much darker. Meanwhile, Harris pushed harder on the Johnsons. He separated Vanessa and Richard again, this time refusing to let them align their stories. Vanessa finally cracked. Fine, she hissed. Yes, Daniel came to me that night. He said Emily was safer with him than with Sarah. He said Sarah was unstable, that she'd ruin everything. I didn't believe him at first, but he sounded so certain. Harris's pen froze mid-sentence. And you didn't report this? Vanessa's eyes darted nervously. Because if I crossed him, I'd be next. Richard, when confronted with her statement, erupted. She's lying. Daniel wasn't the only one sneaking out that night. She was gone too, don't you see? They're all playing you. The suspense thriller deepened into chaos. Every word contradicted another, every confession pointed in multiple directions. But one truth became clear. Everyone was lying. Back at home, Sarah found Daniel waiting in the kitchen. His expression was calm, almost smug. You've been talking to Harris, he said softly. Her breath caught. How do you know? He smiled faintly. I know everything. You should stop playing detective, Sarah. You're out of your depth. Her hands trembled. Where is Emily? Tell me the truth for once in your life. He stepped closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. Truth is overrated. It only destroys what little you have left. She slapped him, tears blurring her vision. I will find her, and when I do, you'll pay for everything you've done. His smile didn't falter. We'll see. That night, unable to sleep, Sarah wandered into Emily's room again. She sat on the floor, Bermuda, clutching one of her daughter's dolls, whispering prayers into the silence. That's when she noticed something odd. Scratches on the inside of the window frame. Small, jagged lines as if tiny fingers had clawed at the wood. Her blood ran cold. Emily had been there. She had tried to escape. Sarah collapsed into sobs, her body trembling. Somewhere, somehow, her little girl was still alive. The murder mystery investigation had ripped open the illusion of suburban perfection, exposing lies behind every closed door. Neighbors, family, even the man she once loved, each had betrayed her. And as Sarah clutched the doll to her chest, she swore to herself. No matter how deep the lies went, no matter how dangerous the truth became, she would tear down every wall of deception until she found her daughter. And outside, in the shadows of the quiet street, someone watched her from a parked car, their face hidden. A smile curling as headlights flashed once before vanishing into the night. Now the rain had stopped, but the street still glistened under the dim glow of streetlights. Sarah sat by the window, watching the reflections ripple in the puddles. Her heart ached with a hollow emptiness, the kind that comes only when hope feels like it's slipping away. Every night she imagined Emily's small voice calling out for her, and every morning she woke to silence. Detective Harris arrived just after sunrise, carrying a folder thick with new reports. He spread them across Sarah's dining table, his expression grim. We've been pushing harder. Things are unraveling faster than I expected. Sarah leaned forward, her hands trembling. Unraveling how? Harris pointed to the first document. Your husband. He's been logging hours at work that never existed. Not just a few meetings, entire days fabricated. We've cross-checked with his firm. He's lying about where he's been for months. Sarah's breath caught. Then where was he? Ruiz, who had followed Harris in, answered flatly. That's what scares us. The gaps line up with times when other strange incidents happened around this neighborhood. Anonymous reports of children being followed. Break-ins that were never officially reported. All of it swept under the rug. Sarah pressed her hands against her mouth. Are you saying Daniel's been doing this, stalking, planning? Harris's eyes softened with sympathy. We can't prove it yet, but Sarah, the pattern is ugly. Before she could respond, a knock rattled the front door. Sarah jumped. Harris motioned for her to stay put as he opened it. On the porch stood Richard Johnson, his face pale, his hands shaking. I need to talk, he stammered. Please, not out here. They ushered him inside. Richard paced the living room, his voice quivering. I can't do this anymore, Vanessa. She's in too deep. She's been covering for Daniel. They've been meeting for months late at night. I thought it was an affair, but it's worse. Much worse. Sarah's stomach twisted. Worse how? Richard wrung his hands. I overheard them. They weren't talking about love. They were talking about sacrifices, about debts owed, about someone watching all of us. He looked at Harris with desperation. This isn't just about Emily. This is about something bigger. Harris exchanged a sharp glance with Ruiz. Bigger how? Richard? But before Richard could answer, the front door burst open. Vanessa stood there, rain dripping from her hair, her eyes wild. Don't you dare, she shouted at her husband. Don't you dare drag me down with you. Sarah's heart pounded as Vanessa stormed inside, pointing a trembling finger at her. You think your daughter is special? You think she's the first? You're too blind to see the truth, Sarah. This neighborhood has been built on secrets for decades. And your husband, your precious Daniel, is right in the center of it. Harris moved quickly, stepping between them. Mrs. Johnson, calm down. If you have information, you need to share it properly. Vanessa laughed bitterly, a sound sharp as broken glass. Information? You wouldn't believe it if I told you. None of you would. Because people like Daniel, people in his circle, they always come out clean, always. Richard grabbed her arm, trying to pull her back. Stop it, Vanessa. You'll get us all killed. The words froze everyone in the room. Sarah's voice cracked. Killed? By who? Neither of them answered. They only glared at each other, their marriage crumbling in real time, lies spilling out faster than either could contain. Later that night, Harris and Ruiz sat with Sarah in her kitchen, piecing together the contradictions. Harris rubbed his temples. We've got Vanessa accusing Daniel, Daniel accusing everyone else, and Richard collapsing under guilt. But no one is telling us the full truth. Sarah whispered, because they're all protecting the same secret. Harris nodded slowly. Exactly. And until one of them breaks, we're trapped in circles. At midnight, Sarah couldn't sleep. She wandered into Daniel's office again, desperate for answers. She searched drawers, pulled books from shelves, tapped on the walls, hoping for hidden compartments. Then her fingers caught the edge of a loose panel behind the desk. With trembling hands, she pried it open. Inside was a small wooden box. She opened it and froze. Inside were two items. A set of old photographs showing the Johnsons' teenage son as a child playing in the very woods where Emily's fabric had been found. And a second set, grainy photos of Emily taken from a distance at the park, walking home from school, sleeping in her bed. Sarah's chest seized. Someone had been watching Emily long before she disappeared. She staggered back, clutching the photos, when the door creaked open. Daniel stood in the doorway, his face shadowed. What are you doing? He asked quietly. Sarah's voice broke. What is this? Why do you have these? He stepped forward, his expression unreadable. You shouldn't have seen that. Her tears streamed as she held up the photos. Why Daniel? Why her? Why Emily? For the first time, his mask slipped. His voice hardened. Because she was chosen. Sarah collapsed into sobs, the word echoing in her mind. Chosen. For what? For who? Daniel calmly took the photos from her trembling hands, slipping them back into the box. Not every truth deserves to come out, he whispered again. But Sarah's grief turned to fury. I'll tear every lie apart until I find her. I don't care what it costs me. Daniel only smiled faintly. And that's why you'll lose. The next day, Harris arrived to find Sarah shattered but defiant. She showed him the panel, the empty box, the disturbed dust where the photos had been. Harris clenched his fists. He's covering his tracks faster than we can chase them. But Sarah grabbed his arm, her eyes blazing. Then we chase harder, because if we stop, Emily dies. For the first time, Harris saw the fire in her, the strength beneath the grief. This wasn't just a mother's despair, this was resolve. As they left the house, a black car sat idling at the corner, its engine humming softly. Inside, a figure watched through tinted glass, fingers drumming on the wheel. A phone buzzed, and a distorted voice filled the silence. She knows too much, the voice said. The driver nodded once, a cruel smile curling across his lips. Then the car rolled into the night, headlights disappearing into darkness, leaving behind only the echo of danger. Sarah didn't see it, but she felt it. The invisible noose tightening around her, the walls of deception closing in. The murder mystery investigation had torn open every door, but what lay behind them wasn't just lies. It was a dark crime web stretching far beyond her marriage, far beyond her neighborhood. And Sarah Carter was now at the center of it. The neighborhood looked calm in the daylight, but Sarah had learned the truth. Calm was just another mask. Behind the perfect hedges and neat lawns were secrets thick enough to choke on. Every house felt like a trap, every neighbor a suspect. Detective Harris arrived mid-morning, his face drawn tight. He carried a sealed evidence bag in his hand. "We got something," he said, stepping into the kitchen. Sarah's breath caught when she saw what was inside, a child's bracelet. Her hands shook as she touched the plastic. "That's Emily's. Her aunt gave it to her for her 5th birthday." Harris nodded grimly. "We found it in the Johnsons' shed, hidden under a loose floorboard." Sarah's knees buckled and she gripped the counter for balance. "Then it's them, Vanessa, Richard, their son. They have her." "Maybe," Harris said carefully. "Or maybe someone planted it there. In this case, every clue feels like bait." Sarah's heart twisted. "So what now?" "We push harder," Harris said. "We corner them until they break." That evening, Harris and Ruiz returned to the Johnsons' home. They searched the shed in front of Richard, who stammered and sweated, insisting he knew nothing about the bracelet. Vanessa smirked faintly, her arms crossed as if she were daring them to accuse her. "Where did you get this?" Harris demanded, holding the bracelet up. Richard's voice cracked. "I swear I've never seen it before." Vanessa's smile deepened. "Maybe it fell there on its own." Sarah, watching from across the street, wanted to scream. She wanted to rip through Vanessa's mask and make her confess. But she couldn't. She had to wait. Later that night, she sat alone in Emily's room, clutching the doll her daughter had loved. She whispered into the silence, "I won't stop, baby. I promise I'll find you." Her phone buzzed, another text, this time with a photo. Emily again, her eyes red from crying, sitting in what looked like a dark basement. And across the bottom, scrawled in black marker, "Closer than you think." Sarah's body shook. She called Harris immediately, her voice breaking. "They sent me another photo. She's alive. She has to be alive." Harris arrived within the hour, his expression grim. He studied the photo under the lamp. "Look at the wall behind her. See the texture? That's old cement. And that pipe, It's rusted. Could be a basement. Could be one of these houses. Sarah's pulse hammered. Then search them all. Tear them apart if you have to. Ruiz muttered. We need a warrant. Without it, they'll bury the evidence before we even get close. Sarah slammed her fists on the table. My daughter is in there. Every second you wait, she's suffering. Harris placed a hand on hers, steady but firm. We'll get her back, Sarah, but we have to do it right. That night, Sarah couldn't sleep. She wandered the halls like a ghost, her mind replaying the image of Emily in the dark. She stopped at Daniel's office door, hesitated, then pushed it open. She searched again, desperate for something she might have missed. At the bottom of a drawer, she found a crumpled piece of paper, a receipt. For supplies, rope, duct tape, industrial cleaner, purchased 2 weeks before Emily vanished. Her breath caught. She stumbled back, the receipt clutched in her hand. Daniel appeared in the doorway. His face was calm, but his eyes glinted like steel. What are you doing, Sarah? Her voice cracked. Why do you have this? Why would you buy these things? He stepped closer, his voice low. Because sometimes a man has to prepare for problems before they happen. Tears streamed down her face. You're a monster. You know where she is. Tell me. Daniel's smile was faint, almost sad. You think you want the truth, but the truth will destroy you. She shoved past him, running into the night, clutching the receipt. She drove straight to Harris's office, her body trembling. She slammed the paper onto his desk. This is it. This is proof. Harris studied it, his jaw tightening. It's circumstantial, but combined with everything else, it might be enough for a warrant. Hours later, the police returned to the neighborhood. They searched Daniel's car again, this time tearing through every inch. In the trunk, beneath the lining, they found a small scrap of fabric. Pink cotton, a perfect match to Emily's missing pajamas. Sarah collapsed against the hood, sobbing as Harris held up the evidence bag. This is it. This ties him directly to her. But Daniel, standing beside his lawyer, only smiled faintly. Fabric proves nothing. Anyone could have put it there. The suspense thriller deepened. Every clue brought Sarah closer to Emily, yet every step seemed blocked by Daniel's careful lies. Vanessa's smirks, Julia's silence. That night, Sarah sat with Harris in the empty precinct. He poured coffee into 2 cups, his hands steady but his eyes heavy. We're close, he said softly. I can feel it. One more break and we'll have her. Sarah whispered, Then what are we waiting for? Let's break them. Harris nodded. Tomorrow we'll push harder than ever. Someone's going to crack. And when they do, we'll find Emily. But as Sarah left the station, a black SUV followed her down the quiet streets. Its headlights stayed far enough back not to be obvious, but close enough that she knew. She was being watched. She gripped the wheel tighter, her breath shallow. The game wasn't just about Emily anymore. Now whoever had taken her daughter wanted Sarah too. And as the SUV's lights disappeared when she pulled into her driveway, Sarah realized the chilling truth. Emily wasn't the only one living behind the veil of deception. She was too. The morning after the fabric from Emily's pajamas was found in Daniel's car, Sarah felt her world tilt even further into darkness. The evidence was damning, but Daniel's calm denials twisted everything into confusion again. Every lie he spoke with such confidence made her doubt her own sanity. This wasn't just a murder mystery anymore, it was psychological warfare. Detective Harris had warned her, "He's manipulating you, Sarah. People like Daniel know how to bend reality until you can't tell what's true and what's not." But Sarah couldn't shake the thought that she was losing her grip on reality. That afternoon, a stranger appeared at the precinct, demanding to speak to the detectives. She was tall, with sharp cheekbones and eyes that carried both exhaustion and fire. Her name was Melissa, And the moment Sarah heard it, she felt the floor drop beneath her feet. Melissa, Daniel's ex. The woman he had never spoken about in detail. The one Julia had hinted at years ago. Melissa sat across from Sarah in the cold interrogation room, her hands folded tightly in her lap. Her voice was steady but low. I need you to listen. I know Daniel better than anyone. I know what he's capable of. Sarah's throat tightened. Why are you here now? Where were you when Emily disappeared? Melissa's gaze didn't falter. Because I was afraid. I've been afraid for years. But I can't stay silent anymore. You need to know the truth about him. Detective Harris leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Then start talking. Melissa took a breath. Daniel doesn't just lie, he builds worlds out of lies. When we were together, he controlled everything I did. Who I saw, what I said, even what I wore. At first I thought it was love, then I realized it was obsession. When I tried to leave, he told me I'd regret it. That he'd make sure I never felt safe again. Sarah shivered. The words were too familiar, echoes of her own life with Daniel. What does this have to do with Emily? Melissa's eyes darkened. Because he always talked about legacy, about creating something that would last beyond him. He wanted control over everything, his wife, his career, his child. Emily isn't missing by accident, she's part of his plan. Sarah's hands clenched into fists. Do you know where she is? Please, just tell me if you know. Melissa shook her head, pain flickering in her eyes. I don't know, but I know how he thinks. And I know he's not working alone. There are others, people who believe in him, people who've been protecting him for years. Ruiz leaned forward. Are you saying there's a group involved? A network? Melissa hesitated, then nodded. When we were in college, he was part of a society. They believed in pushing boundaries, ethics, morality, even the law. They justified anything if it served their vision. I think they never really let him go. Sarah's breath caught. So Emily, is she with them? Melissa's voice dropped to a whisper. If she is, then every second matters. Sarah's head spun, betrayal upon betrayal, secrets stacked higher than she could bear. But one thing was clear. Melissa knew things no one else did. Later that night, Sarah sat with Harris in her kitchen, her body trembling. Can we trust her? Harris shook his head. She might be telling the truth, or she might be playing her own game. People like this, ex-lovers, old enemies, they all come with their own agendas. Sarah whispered. But she knew about the society. She knew about him. How else would she know? Harris's eyes narrowed. That's what scares me. If she knows too much, maybe she's not just a witness. Maybe she's part of it. The suspense thriller thickened. Sarah's fragile trust splintered further. If Melissa was telling the truth, she was the key to finding Emily. If she was lying, she was another predator circling her grief. That evening, Sarah received a call on her private phone line. She answered, her voice shaking. Melissa's voice came through, hurried and panicked. Don't tell the detectives. Meet me tomorrow night. Alone, I have something you need to see. The line went dead. Sarah sat frozen, the phone still pressed to her ear. Every instinct screamed this was a trap. But another voice whispered in her mind, what if this is the only way to find Emily? She stared into the dark window, her reflection trembling back at her. God help me, she whispered. What if I'm walking straight into his game? In the shadows outside, unseen eyes watched her house. A figure stood by the trees, silent, patient, as though waiting for her to take the next step. And somewhere in a basement Sarah couldn't yet find, Emily's small voice cried into the darkness, unheard by anyone but the monsters who kept her hidden. The ex who never left had returned, and with her came a new layer of deception. But whether she was salvation or damnation, Sarah would soon discover. And the following evening, the sky was bruised purple as Sarah drove toward the desolate side of town, where old warehouses lined the cracked asphalt roads. Melissa had insisted they meet in secret, her voice urgent over the phone. Sarah's hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly her knuckles turned white. Every instinct told her this could be a trap, but desperation outweighed fear. If there was even a chance Melissa could lead her closer to Emily, she had no choice. She parked outside a rusted warehouse and stepped out, her heart pounding. The building loomed like a corpse, windows broken, walls scarred with graffiti. Inside, shadows stretched like fingers, swallowing the dim light from the street. "Sarah," Melissa's voice called softly from the darkness. Sarah turned, startled, as Melissa emerged, her face pale, eyes darting nervously. She clutched a folder to her chest. "You came alone?" "Yes," Sarah said, though she wasn't sure why she was admitting it. "What is this? What do you know?" Melissa led her deeper into the warehouse, away from the light. "I need you to understand something first. Daniel, he isn't just your husband. He's a predator. He builds webs, Sarah. He's been building them for years." Sarah's voice cracked. "You keep saying that, but where is Emily? If you know something, tell me." Melissa's expression tightened. "Listen to me. When I was with him, I thought I was safe. I thought his obsession was love, but it wasn't. It was ownership. He tracked me, recorded me, controlled every choice I made. When I tried to leave, he told me I'd never escape him. And he was right. Even now, I feel his shadow everywhere." Sarah trembled. The words cut too close. "That's what he's done to me. Gaslighting, manipulating, making me doubt myself until I can't tell what's real." Melissa nodded. "That's his power. And Emily? She's part of his legacy. He believes children are proof of control, that shaping them, molding them, makes him immortal." Sarah's stomach turned. "Immortal? That's insane." Melissa's eyes glinted. "It's not just him. The society he was part of, they all believed it. They called it transcendence. They justified everything, cruelty, crime, even death, if it served their vision." She opened the folder and slid out photographs, old and grainy. "Look at this." Sarah hesitated, then took them. The photos showed a group of young men and women in robes standing in a candlelit room. At the center was Daniel, his face younger but unmistakable, eyes burning with intensity. In his hands he held a book, its pages open, the others looking to him as though he were their leader. Sarah's breath caught. "What is this?" Melissa's voice dropped. "Proof. Proof that Daniel isn't just a liar or an abuser. He's part of something bigger, something that's been operating for decades. And Emily, she was never just his daughter. She was chosen." Sarah staggered back, the photos slipping from her trembling hands. "Chosen? For what?" Melissa didn't answer immediately. She stared into the shadows, her voice barely above a whisper. "For them. For the same people who once used me as leverage to keep Daniel in line. I barely escaped. Emily won't." The true crime story had shifted into something darker than Sarah could comprehend. She shook her head, tears streaming down her face. No, you're lying. This can't be real." Melissa's eyes flashed. "You think I want this to be real? You think I'd come back if I had any other choice? He ruined me, Sarah. And now he's going to ruin you too, unless you stop him." Before Sarah could respond, a loud clang echoed through the warehouse. Both women froze. Footsteps approached, heavy and deliberate. Melissa's face went white. "He's here!" Sarah's pulse thundered in her ears. "Who?" Melissa grabbed her arm. "Run!" They sprinted toward the exit, their footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. Behind them, a voice called out, smooth, calm, terrifyingly familiar. "Sarah," Daniel's voice. She stumbled but kept running, her lungs burning. Melissa yanked her toward a side door, pushing her out into the night air. They collapsed behind a dumpster, gasping for breath. Sarah's chest heaved. He followed me. How did he know I'd be here? Melissa's eyes were wild. Because he always knows. He's always 10 steps ahead. You can't beat him by playing fair. Sarah clutched her head, her mind spinning. Then what am I supposed to do? Melissa grabbed her shoulders, her voice fierce. Outthink him. Use his arrogance against him. He believes he's untouchable. That's his weakness. But you have to be willing to risk everything. Sarah's tears blurred her vision. I just want my daughter back. Melissa's voice softened, trembling. And I just want you to survive what I couldn't. They returned to Sarah's car, shaking, adrenaline still rushing. Before they parted, Melissa pressed the folder into Sarah's hands. Keep this hidden. If he knows you have it, you're dead. Sarah clutched it to her chest, nodding silently. That night, she spread the photographs across her bed. Daniel's face stared back at her from the past, lit by candlelight, surrounded by people who looked like believers in some terrible religion. Beneath one photo was a handwritten note. Sacrifice is devotion. Her stomach turned. She remembered the same phrase scribbled in Daniel's notebook. As she stared at the evidence, her phone buzzed with another message. Stop looking into the past, or Emily won't have a future. Sarah dropped the phone, her body shaking violently. The timing was too perfect. Daniel knew. He always knew. And in that moment, Sarah understood. She wasn't just fighting to save her daughter. She was fighting to survive a suspense thriller so twisted, so dangerous, that every truth she uncovered could destroy her. Melissa had opened the door to Daniel's past, but stepping through it meant walking into the darkest crime mystery Sarah had ever imagined. And the deeper she went, the less certain she was of ever coming back. The night after Sarah's meeting with Melissa felt endless. The old photographs and cryptic notes lay scattered across her bed, their candlelit images burning holes into her mind. Daniel's face stared at her from a past she didn't know existed, surrounded by people in robes who looked like they were worshiping more than studying. The phrase scrawled beneath one image, "Sacrifice is devotion," echoed like a curse. Sarah couldn't close her eyes. Every time she tried, she saw Emily's terrified face in those basement photos, her small wrists bound, her eyes pleading. Every second felt like a countdown, each tick of the clock reminding her that Emily's time was running out. When dawn finally broke, Sarah drove to meet Detective Harris. She carried Melissa's folder pressed against her chest as if it were her only shield. Harris and Ruiz sat across from her in the precinct conference room, their coffee cups forgotten as they pored over the contents. Harris muttered, "This is more than I expected. If these photos are real, it proves Daniel's ties to something organized. This isn't just a domestic crime, it's a network." Ruiz flipped through the photographs, his jaw tightening. And these robes, these gatherings, this looks ritualistic, almost cult-like. Sarah whispered, "She said they called it transcendence, that they justified anything, even death, if it served their vision." Harris leaned back, rubbing his temples. "The problem is, photographs from decades ago don't prove where Emily is now. And if we bring this forward without solid context, Daniel's lawyers will shred it in court. We need something current. We need something that ties him directly to Emily's disappearance." Sarah's voice trembled. "Then how do we get that?" Before Harris could answer, the door opened. Melissa stepped in, her face pale but resolute. She carried another folder, thicker than the first. Sarah's chest tightened at the sight of her. "You weren't supposed to come here," Harris said sharply. Melissa ignored him and placed the folder on the table. Daniel isn't just hiding Emily, he's moving her. He's paranoid. He never keeps leverage in one place too long. She flipped open the folder to reveal maps, receipts, and handwritten notes. I followed him after one of our meetings years ago. He used to take me to a cabin upstate, near the old quarry. He called it his retreat. I thought it was romantic then. Now I think it was practice. A place where no one would hear a scream. Sarah's stomach lurched. A cabin? Do you think she's there? Melissa's eyes met hers. If she isn't now, she's been there. I'd bet my life on it. Harris scanned the papers. These receipts are old, but the location is worth checking. Ruiz prep a team quietly. If Daniel catches wind of this, he'll move her again. Sarah's voice cracked. Please, take me with you. Harris shook his head. It's too dangerous. If this place is what Melissa says it is, you can't be anywhere near it. Let us do our job. But Sarah's eyes blazed with fury. She's my daughter. I'm not sitting here while strangers search for her in the dark. If you find her body instead of her, I'll never forgive myself for not being there. The silence in the room was heavy. Harris finally sighed, his shoulders dropping. Fine, but you stay behind me. No heroics. That night they drove north in unmarked cars, the forest growing thicker as the city lights disappeared. The road was narrow, lined with trees that seemed to lean inward, swallowing the headlights. Sarah sat in the back seat, clutching Emily's stuffed rabbit, her breath shallow. Every turn of the road felt like it was leading her deeper into a nightmare. When they reached the cabin, it looked abandoned. The wood was weathered, the windows dark, but the air carried something foul, something that made Sarah's skin crawl. Harris signaled his team forward. They crept toward the door, guns drawn, flashlights slicing through the night. Sarah followed, her heart slamming against her ribs. She wanted to scream Emily's name, but bit her tongue until it bled. Inside, the air was damp and musty. The living room was empty, the fireplace cold. But as they moved deeper, Sarah noticed scratches on the wooden floor. Drag marks, as if something heavy had been pulled across it. Her knees buckled. Down here, Ruiz called, shining his light on a trapdoor half hidden beneath a rug. They pried it open, the hinges groaning. A ladder led down into darkness. The stench hit them immediately. Damp earth, mildew, and something metallic that made Sarah's stomach twist. Stay back, Harris ordered, but Sarah followed anyway, her hand gripping the ladder, her breath shaking. The basement was small, concrete walls stained with age. Chains dangled from the ceiling, rusted but unmistakable. A chair sat in the corner, its legs scratched as though it had been dragged across the floor repeatedly. Sarah's scream broke free. Emily! But the room was empty. Only silence answered. On the floor lay another scrap of fabric, this one unmistakably from Emily's pajama sleeve. Sarah fell to her knees, clutching it, sobs racking her body. She was here. She was here. Harris crouched beside her, his voice low but firm. And that means she's still alive. He's keeping her close, moving her from place to place. We're closing in, Sarah. Melissa stepped into the basement, her eyes haunted. This was his ritual place. I told you, he rehearsed control here. If he's moved her, it means he's preparing for something bigger. Sarah whipped around, fury blazing through her tears. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Why didn't you stop him when you had the chance? Melissa's face crumpled. Because I was a coward. Because he made me one. The tension hung heavy in the damp air. Sarah clutched the fabric tighter, whispering, Hold on, Emily, Mommy's coming. They searched the cabin for hours, but found nothing else. No footprints, no vehicles nearby, no signs of life. By the time they left, the forest was silent again, as if swallowing their intrusion whole. On the drive back, Sarah sat in silence, the scrap of fabric clenched in her fist. She stared out the window, the trees blurring past. Melissa sat beside her, her voice barely audible. You know this isn't just about finding her, don't you? This is about breaking him. And to break him, you have to understand him. Sarah turned, her eyes blazing. I don't want to understand him. I want my daughter back. Melissa's voice was flat. If you don't understand him, you'll never beat him. He doesn't just take, he plays, he manipulates. He makes people destroy themselves. Sarah shook her head violently. Then I'll be the first person who doesn't fall for his games. But deep down, she knew Melissa was right. Daniel wasn't just hiding Emily. He was orchestrating a suspense thriller where every step Sarah took was part of his plan. And as the city lights reappeared on the horizon, Sarah felt a chill settle in her bones. The fabric proved Emily was still alive. But it also proved something worse. Daniel was moving faster than they were. The murder mystery was no longer about solving lies behind closed doors. It was a race against time, and Daniel Carter was winning. Night had learned the neighborhood's habits. It knew when porch lights would flicker off, when sprinklers would whisper over clipped lawns, when blinds would tilt just enough for shadows to watch the street. But on this night, silence felt staged, like an auditorium waiting for the curtain to rise on a performance no one wanted to see. Sarah stood at her window, Emily's stuffed rabbit pressed against her chest, and told herself out loud the only sentence that kept the panic from splitting her open. She's alive. She's moving. We are closer. The words were a mantra, a lifeline tied around the throat of despair. Detective Harris called just after midnight. Don't panic, he said, which was the surest way to make her pulse spike. We've got a lead you need to hear in person. He paused. And bring Melissa. At the precinct, the conference room was a gallery of ghosts. Corkboards, photos, red string connecting dates and faces. Vanessa, Richard, Daniel, Julia. Names now synonymous with betrayal. Rui slid a new file across the table. We pulled records from Daniel's Ivy League days. Most of the society's materials are buried, but alumni ledgers, meeting room reservations, private donor commitments, we got lucky. Melissa folded her arms. Lucky means a frightened secretary finally decided her conscience was heavier than her NDA. Harris nodded. And her tip gave us a name. He tapped a typed sheet. The Lucerna Society. Philosophy of power. Rhetoric dressed as ethics. Members in law, medicine, finance, the bench. They preached merit, but what they practiced was immunity. Sarah swallowed. And Daniel? Officer in charge 2 separate years, Ruiz said. He chaired a subcircle labeled Praxis. Practical applications. He glanced at Sarah. That's a clinical way to say rehearsal. Melissa's voice dropped. Transcendence. Sacrifice is devotion. Harris clicked the remote. A projector washed the wall in archival photos. Candlelit halls. Marble busts watching. Young faces cloaked in entitlement, eyes bright with certainty. In the center of one frame, a younger Daniel, chin lifted like a judge about to sentence the world. This photo's from the Orpheum Room, Harris said. University archives listed as closed for renovations after a fire code review. But room reservations continued off-campus, private rentals funded through donor shells tied back to Lucerna. Sarah stared at the ornate ceiling in the image, the frescoed figures, the Latin inscriptions. She said the words carefully, as if saying them could summon understanding. If this is their church, then where is their altar now? Ruiz pointed at a second slide, maps overlaying the city with pins and dates. The Orpheum Room is gone, but they mimicked it. Properties rented short-term, basements remodeled to match proportions and acoustics. We found 3. 2 are cold. 1 is active this week. He zoomed the map. A private library in Westchester closed to the public for restoration until Monday. Sarah's breath stuttered. And you think, we think if Emily's being moved, Harris said. The schedule matches Lucerna's calendar. Solstice observances, new term initiations, donor salons. They hide under ordinary gatherings. His voice hardened. Tomorrow night, the library hosts a private manuscript viewing. The guest list reads like a judicial phone book, and on the catering invoice a note. Orpheum set, column screens, candle stands, a center chair. Center chair. Sarah tasted metal. In the cabin's basement, a single chair had scarred the concrete with drag marks. She pushed her nails into her palms to feel something that wasn't fear. We go there. We end this. Melissa didn't move. They will never let you in. Then we don't ask, Sarah said. Her voice sounded like someone else's, someone already past fear. Harris shook his head. We do this right. Warrants, probable cause. If we storm and Emily's not physically present, they vanish into paperwork and privilege. We need a legal opening. The room tightened around the word legal, Daniel's native terrain. Melissa exhaled through her nose, then reached into her coat and placed a slim, leather-bound book on the table. The cover was cracked, the spine split by years. He gave me this the night I said I was leaving, she said. Or threw it at me, more precisely. Said if I ever betrayed the work, he'd make my life match its pages. Harris put on gloves and opened it, inside tight. Slanted handwriting marched in columns. Dates, names, symbols, and brief summaries that read like commandments disguised as meeting minutes. Praxis, Orpheum rehearsal, voice call and response, bindings tested, observation window successful. Sarah felt her throat close. Bindings. Ruiz turned pages. Here, donor weekends, spring terms, devotions logged against initials, not explicit enough to charge, but explicit enough to place Daniel at locations we can link to other sealed incidents. He flipped to a ribbon marker. Entry 4 months ago. Westchester. Orpheum proportions exact. Perimeter glass correct. Chair ordered with restraint slots. Arrival confirmed. He looked up. Arrival. What arrival? Sarah's tongue felt thick. Emily disappeared 2 months ago. Arrival could be the chair, Harris said carefully. Could be any piece they fetishized. He met her eyes. But the timing puts them in that library before Emily vanished, which means they prepared a room for something. Something. The word was a trapdoor. Sarah braced against the table. Tomorrow night, you said? Tomorrow, Harris confirmed. We'll set surveillance today. Audio, exterior cams, plate readers. If they move a child, we intercept. If we catch them staging, we go. But we have to see the act or the transport. That's our window. Sarah nodded, but inside something clawed. Waiting meant minutes measured in pain. She stood, pacing the length of the room, the rabbit clenched so tight a seam split. What if there's a parallel site? What if the library is ritual theater and the holding is elsewhere? Melissa's eyes flickered. He'd split sites. He loves redundancy. Control means options. Ruiz circled back to the maps. We triangulated Daniel's off-calendar movements with Vanessa's malfunctions and Richard's night drives. There's a second cluster, service tunnels under a decommissioned museum annex 2 miles from the library. The annex was closed after a flood, but maintenance reports show power draws at odd hours. Harris tapped the table twice. Decision. We divide teams. One eyes the library, one canvasses the annex. Sarah, you're not going on site. I'm going, Sarah said, no tremor in her voice. If she calls for me and I'm not there, she'll be alive because trained people moved fast, Harris cut in, not unkindly. You want your daughter back? Trust the people who don't freeze when doors swing open. Silence held. Then Melissa slid a paper towards Sarah. an address scrawled in a tight, fast hand. "If the annex is wrong, he keeps a fallback," she said. "He called them echo rooms. Same dimensions, smaller budgets. There's one more. I don't know if it's active, but the key code used to be his birthday reversed." "How do you know?" Harris asked. "Because I watched him change all the locks," Melissa said, her gaze flat. "After he told me I was a liability." They broke before dawn. Ruiz left with a tech crew and a judge who still remembered what justice felt like. Harris stayed with Sarah in a smaller interview room as paperwork churned through channels that money usually greased. The coffee was burnt. The air tasted like copy toner and dread. While signatures crawled across lines, Sarah dialed Julia. Voicemail. She tried again. On the third call, her sister answered, voice too smooth, too rehearsed. "Sarah, it's early. Where are you?" "At home. Why?" Sarah watched her reflection in the darkened window, a woman who had aged a decade in a week. "You lied about the night Emily disappeared. You lied about Daniel. If you know anything about a library in Westchester or a museum annex or an echo room..." Julia's breath hiccuped, just once. "You're spiraling again." "Don't gaslight me," Sarah said, calm finally. "This isn't me sinking, this is you drowning and calling it swimming." Silence stretched. Then Julia's tone changed, lower, wearier. "I thought I could keep you safe by standing next to the fire. I was wrong." A faint inhale. "Don't go anywhere alone tonight." The line cut. Harris arched a brow. "That's not nothing." "It's not enough," Sarah said, "but it means the fire is exactly where we're headed." By afternoon, a judge signed a narrow warrant, conditional entry if a minor was observed, or if physical restraints were present in a space configured to impede escape. Barely a doorstop, but enough to wedge truth open if they timed it right. Dusk pooled in the streets when they rolled out. 2 vans to the library, an unmarked sedan and service truck toward the annex, Melissa in the back seat of Harris's car. Knuckles pale around a thermos she didn't drink from. Sarah rode in the front, seatbelt a hand pressed to her chest. Westchester rose like old money, stone walls, iron gates, lawns measured in acres. The private library sat back from the road, Roman columns pretending that knowledge was sanctified here. Through binoculars, Harris counted staff with earpieces and black suits that didn't look like librarians. A box truck idled by the service entrance. Plate reader has that truck on 3 prior restorations tied to donor events. Ruiz crackled over comms from the second van. Same company, no website, DBA routes to a Lucerna alumnus. "Copy," Harris said. He turned to Sarah. "If they're staging, the child moves close to the hour. Watch the service door." "Copy," Melissa echoed, voice thin. She pointed to a second-floor window where curtains were pinned open in a perfect oval. "He likes sightlines. There." At the annex, the service truck rolled past a metal grate and braked near a rusted loading bay. The sedan eased dark along a hedge, engine cut, men stepping out with purposeful calm. Harris's radio popped. "Annex team in position. Minimal exterior cams, 2 dead, 1 live. Power draw confirmed on submeter." Time tightened into a wire. Sarah couldn't feel her hands. She fixed her eyes on the service door. If it opened and Emily's body, no, not body, child. If Emily stepped into view, upright, breathing, blinking into night, Sarah rehearsed not sprinting, rehearsed not screaming, rehearsed letting professionals do the thing she had begged the universe to allow. 9:06. The service door cracked. 2 men emerged, wheeling a flight case that looked built for instruments. Another followed with a garment rack shrouded in black cloth. Then a 4th man, glancing left-right, holding a chair. Not any chair. Columns carved into the legs, metal plates inset along the arms, restraint slots gleaming like teeth. Harris's hand found the radio. Visual on restraint device. Library team, stand by, stand by. Another movement at the annex feed. Ruiz whispered in. Annex bay open, second truck inside. Audio picks up chain winch. A child crying, hard to tell over metal. Sarah's throat closed. The world tunneled. Hold, Harris said to every trembling nerve in the convoy, to Sarah's muscles, to his own instincts. We need the miner, we need the miner. The flight case hit a crack in the pavement and jolted. From within, something thudded. Not metal, not gear. Something soft, alive, reacting. Harris's jaw flexed. Go on my mark, 3, 2. The rack's cloth fluttered. For a fraction, a small sneakered foot showed beneath the hem. Pink sole, scuffed toe. The same brand Sarah had bought in duplicate because Emily loved to run. 1, Harris finished, already moving. Doors blew open. Men in jackets that said nothing rushed the service lane. Commands became thunder. Hands that had gently flipped case files now gripped steel and certainty. Sarah stayed rooted by force of will and promise, nails biting her palms, breath stammering like a hymn. She didn't see faces. She saw the foot, saw the chair's gleam, heard somewhere between radios and shouts a sound that could only be a little girl's gasp. Elite society, dark academia, Lucerna, pretty words poured over rot. Inside the rot, her child. And as sirens uncoiled in the distance and the first man dropped his hands to the asphalt, Sarah finally let herself whisper the name that had lived at the back of every sentence since the world cracked. Emily. The raid unfolded like a nightmare staged in slow motion. Flashlights cut through shadows, boots pounded on marble floors, shouts of clear, clear echoed against the stone walls of the Westchester Library. Yet amid the chaos, Sarah felt every second crawl, her mind locked on one detail. The glimpse of Emily's shoe beneath the rack's curtain. She wasn't allowed inside. Harris had held her back, his hand firm on her shoulder as tactical teams stormed the service entrance. Sarah stood outside the perimeter, trembling, her nails digging crescents into her palms as she strained to hear anything that might tell her if Emily was there. A scream pierced the night, high-pitched, small, childlike. Sarah's knees buckled, but Harris caught her before she collapsed. Stay calm, he ordered, though his own jaw was clenched so tightly the muscles quivered. Moments later, an officer's voice crackled over the radio. We've got movement. Child secured. Repeat, child secured. Sarah surged forward, but Harris blocked her path again. Not yet. They need to verify it's her. Tears blurred her vision. Of course it's her. I know my daughter's voice. Minutes stretched into lifetimes. Finally, an officer emerged, carrying a small figure wrapped in a gray blanket. Sarah's heart leapt, but as the figure turned, she froze. It wasn't Emily. It was another child, a girl no older than 8, her eyes vacant with terror, her wrists raw from bindings. Sarah staggered backward. No! No! Where's Emily? Harris swore under his breath. They used a decoy. Melissa appeared at Sarah's side, her face pale. This is what they do. They shuffle pieces, distract with one hand while the other hides the truth. If they moved another child here, it means Emily's somewhere else. Close, but not here. Inside, Ruiz's voice carried through the comms. Restraint chair found. Ritual setup confirmed. Multiple suspects in custody, including staff. But no sign of Emily. Sarah's scream cut through the night. She was supposed to be here. You said this was it. Harris's voice was steady but urgent. Sarah, listen to me. If Emily wasn't here, then they staged this to keep us busy while they moved her. Which means she's still alive and she's nearby. Sarah's tears fell hot and fast, but her rage burned hotter. Then we find her. Now. The child rescued from the library clutched Sarah's arm as medics checked her. Her lips trembled. They said They said another one was next, a smaller one with curly hair. Sarah's heart clenched. Emily. Melissa crouched beside the girl, her voice gentle. Do you remember where they said they'd take her? The child nodded faintly. The other place, the one with the tunnels. Harris's eyes snapped to Ruiz. The annex, they split them, just like you suspected. Sarah gripped Harris's arm with desperate strength. Take me there. No, he said firmly. It's too dangerous. Melissa stepped in. She needs to come. If Emily hears her mother's voice, it might be the only thing that keeps her from breaking completely. Harris hesitated. Finally, he nodded. Stay behind me, no matter what. The convoy sped through back roads toward the abandoned museum annex. The building loomed like a mausoleum, its cracked facade hidden behind trees. Generators hummed faintly from within. As the team spread out, Sarah felt her breath catch. A faint sound drifted through the night, a child's cry. Muffled but real, her heart lurched. Emily! The service door was forced open. The air inside was damp, tinged with rust and mildew. Hallways stretched like arteries into darkness, lit only by emergency lights flickering weakly. Chains clinked in the distance. Clear the rooms, Harris ordered. Officers fanned out, sweeping each corridor. Sarah followed close, her pulse hammering. They reached a heavy steel door at the end of one hall. Harris signaled for silence, then pressed his ear against it. A faint sob reached them. Sarah gasped. She's in there. Officers rammed the door until it buckled open. Inside was a chamber built like an imitation of the Orpheum Room. Columns painted on concrete, candle stands positioned in precise symmetry. At the center stood the same grotesque chair Sarah had seen before, and in the corner, small, trembling eyes wide with terror, was Emily. Sarah broke past Harris before anyone could stop her. She fell to her knees, wrapping Emily in her arms. Baby, I'm here. Mommy's here. Emily sobbed into her chest, clutching her so tightly Sarah thought she might never let go. But before relief could fully sink in, a voice echoed from the shadows, calm, familiar. You shouldn't have come here, Sarah. Daniel stepped out from behind one of the columns, his suit immaculate, his eyes burning with cold fire. Two men flanked him, both wearing black gloves. Sarah shielded Emily with her body, her voice shaking with fury. You did this. You put her through this nightmare. Daniel's smile was faint, almost sad. You never understood. This wasn't about cruelty. It was about legacy, about devotion. She was chosen. Harris and Ruiz raised their weapons. Daniel Carter, step away now. But Daniel didn't move. His eyes never left Sarah. You think this is over? You think dragging me away ends the work? You're wrong. You can tear me down, but the society will always rebuild. Sarah held Emily tighter, her voice raw. Then I'll burn it all to the ground myself. For the first time, Daniel's composure cracked. A flicker of rage twisted his face, but before he could speak, Harris moved. Officers surged forward, tackling Daniel and his men. The room erupted into chaos, shouts, scuffling, the crash of bodies against concrete. Sarah pressed Emily's face into her shoulder, whispering over and over, It's okay, baby. Mommy's here. You're safe. But even as Daniel was dragged away in cuffs, his eyes locked on Sarah. A chilling smile twisting his lips. This chapter ends, but the book is far from finished. And in Sarah's gut, despite the warmth of Emily in her arms, she knew he was right. The sirens faded as the convoy left the annex. Daniel in chains between two officers, his head bowed but his smile unbroken. Sarah sat in the back of Harris's car, Emily cradled against her chest, the child's small body trembling with aftershocks of terror. Every time Emily's breath hitched, Sarah whispered the same words into her curls. You're safe. Mommy has you. Yet deep inside, she knew safety was a fragile illusion. At the precinct, floodlights illuminated the lot as agents escorted Daniel inside. His eyes scanned the crowd until they locked on Sarah through the glass. That smile returned thin and cruel, as if he had just played the opening move of a longer game. Harris noticed. "He wants you to see him as untouchable," he said, guiding Sarah inside. "Don't give him that power." But Daniel's presence lingered like smoke. Even in custody, he seemed to shape the room, bend conversations. Sarah could feel it, the weight of secrets pressing against the walls, waiting to break free. Emily was taken to a quiet room with a medic, Melissa sitting close, humming softly to soothe her. Sarah resisted leaving, but Harris insisted on debriefing her. "We need to know exactly what he said," he explained. Sarah sat stiffly in the interrogation room, the fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. Her voice cracked as she repeated Daniel's words. She was chosen. This wasn't about cruelty, it was about legacy, about devotion. Ruiz jotted notes. Devotion? Same word from the notebook. Same from the photographs. Harris leaned forward. "Sarah, he wasn't talking to just you, he was talking through you. He knows the society is listening, and he's reminding them he won't break." Sarah's stomach turned. Then what happens now? If they know he's in custody, won't they come for him? Or for us? Harris's eyes were grim. "That's exactly what I'm afraid of." Hours later, Sarah sat with Emily in a private room, watching her daughter finally drift into an exhausted sleep. Melissa sat across from her, her face lined with fatigue but her eyes still sharp. "You think this is over," Melissa said quietly. "But it isn't. Lucerna never lets their pawns rot. Daniel won't stay in a cell long enough for dust to settle." Sarah glared at her. "Then why didn't you tell me everything from the beginning? You knew this would happen." Melissa's shoulders slumped. "Because knowing everything doesn't save you. It destroys you. I wanted to spare you that." Sarah shook her head, her voice trembling with fury. "You don't spare a mother by hiding the truth about her child. You don't protect me by feeding Daniel's lies." Melissa's eyes shimmered with something between guilt and defiance. "Maybe you're stronger than I was, strong enough to burn them down." Meanwhile, in another wing of the precinct, Daniel sat across from Harris in the interrogation room. The air was thick with unspoken war. Harris laid the evidence on the table, photographs, receipts, the fabric from Emily's pajamas. "We've got enough to bury you," Daniel smirked. "Evidence without context is just paper. You'll find your witnesses recant, your files disappear, your superiors will tell you to stand down, and you will." Harris leaned closer. "You underestimate how far we'll go." Daniel's smile widened. "You underestimate how high they reach." His words rang true minutes later when Ruiz burst into the observation room, a file in hand. "Judge just pulled the annex warrant from the record, said it was improperly authorized. Half the evidence is inadmissible now." Harris slammed his fist against the glass. "They're already cleaning it up." Sarah, overhearing, felt ice flood her veins. Even with her daughter back, the fight wasn't finished. The society was bigger than Daniel, bigger than Westchester, bigger than anything she could fight alone. That night, as Sarah carried Emily out of the precinct, reporters swarmed the steps. Flashbulbs exploded, voices shouted questions. "Is Emily safe? Did your husband kidnap her? Was this a cult ritual?" Sarah shielded Emily's face, ignoring the chaos, but one reporter's voice cut through. "Do you believe Daniel Carter acted alone?" Sarah froze. Slowly, she turned her head toward the cameras. Her voice was steady, sharper than she felt inside. "No. He never acted alone. And I won't stop until every single one of them is exposed. The crowd erupted, microphones shoved forward, questions multiplying. Harris pulled her toward the car, but he couldn't hide the faint smile tugging at his lips. Sarah's defiance had just lit a fire no society could smother quietly. Later at home, Sarah tucked Emily into her own bed, sitting beside her until her breathing steadied. Yet even as peace settled over the room, Sarah's eyes lingered on the window, half expecting to see a shadow watching from the street. Her phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. "You've won the battle, but the war has only begun." Her hands shook, but her resolve hardened. She whispered into the dark, "Then let it begin." Because now Sarah knew Emily's rescue wasn't the end of the true crime story. It was the first chapter of a far greater suspense thriller, one where the society's reach stretched further than she had ever imagined. And Daniel, locked in his cell, closed his eyes and smiled. Somewhere beyond the bars, somewhere in the echoing halls of power, the Lucerna Society was already preparing their next move. The courthouse loomed like a stone cathedral, its columns reaching skyward as if begging the heavens for justice. But Sarah knew better. Justice was fragile here, a puppet with strings held by men in suits and women in pearls, all whispering in the shadows of the Lucerna Society. On the morning of the arraignment, Sarah walked up the courthouse steps with Harris at her side. Emily was safe at home with Melissa, guarded by officers, but Sarah's chest still ached as if her daughter were miles away. Each step felt heavier, like walking into the lion's den. Inside, the courtroom buzzed with reporters, cameras flashing like lightning in a storm. Headlines were already screaming across the country: "True crime story of the year, husband accused in cult kidnapping." Hashtags like Lucerna Mystery and Emily Carter trended across every feed. Sarah felt the weight of every eye, every lens, as if the world was watching her break. Daniel entered in a tailored suit, his cuffs hidden, his posture immaculate. He didn't look like a man accused of kidnapping his own child. He looked like a professor lecturing on morality. His eyes swept the courtroom until they landed on Sarah. That faint, infuriating smile returned. The prosecutor began presenting evidence: the fabric from Emily's pajamas, the photos of the chair, the receipts for rope and duct tape. Sarah's stomach twisted as each item was displayed, a grotesque museum of her family's unraveling. But the defense moved quickly. Daniel's lawyer, a silver-haired man with a voice smooth as velvet, dismantled each piece with precision. Fabric could be planted, photographs, context missing, receipts, household items, nothing criminal. When Harris took the stand, his testimony was sharp, detailing the raid, the discovery of the child in the library, the hidden annex. But under cross-examination, the defense twisted it. "Detective, is it true your warrant for the annex was deemed invalid?" Harris's jaw tightened. "Yes. On a technicality. A technicality that makes any evidence gathered inadmissible, correct?" Silence stretched. Harris finally ground out, "Correct." The defense smiled. "Then let the record show most of the so-called incriminating evidence is tainted. My client is being demonized by hysteria, not facts." The judge, a man with Lucerna ties Sarah recognized from Melissa's folder, nodded slightly as if persuaded. Sarah's chest clenched. The society's grip was everywhere, even here. When it was Sarah's turn, she stood trembling at the witness stand. Her voice cracked as she recounted the text messages, the photographs of Emily bound in the basement, Daniel's chilling words. She was chosen. Sacrifice is devotion. The defense leaned in, his tone dripping with false sympathy. "Mrs. Carter, you've been under immense stress. Would you agree your perception of events may have been colored by emotion?" Sarah's fists clenched. "My daughter was kidnapped. My perception was reality." And yet, the lawyer pressed, no physical evidence ties my client to those messages. No proof the photographs weren't fabricated. Isn't it possible, Mrs. Carter, that grief and desperation have led you to see monsters where none exist? Sarah's voice shook, but her fury burned brighter. No. The monster is right there. She pointed at Daniel, her eyes blazing. And he's smiling because he knows you'll help him walk free. Gasps rippled through the courtroom. The judge banged his gavel, warning her to control herself. But Sarah didn't care. She had given voice to the truth everyone was too afraid to say. When court recessed for lunch, Harris pulled her aside. You did good, he said quietly. But you need to brace yourself. They're stacking the deck. The society won't let him go down easily. Sarah's throat tightened. Then what chance do we have? Melissa appeared then, slipping a folded note into Sarah's hand. The courtroom isn't where we'll win, she whispered. It's where we'll lose if we rely on their rules. Sarah unfolded the note. An address, a name scrawled beneath it, Elias Vaughn. Who is this? Sarah asked. Melissa's voice was low, urgent. A former Lucerna member. He left after something went wrong years ago. He's been hiding some, but he knows the inner workings. If anyone can prove the society's reach, it's him. Sarah's heart pounded. For the first time, there was a crack in the society's armor. But to find Elias Vaughn, she would have to step outside the courtroom, outside the law, and directly into Lucerna's hunting grounds. As she slipped the note into her pocket, Daniel's voice drifted from across the room, calm and cold. You'll never win, Sarah. Not here. Not anywhere. But Sarah lifted her chin, her eyes fierce. Watch me. The trial was theater. The real war was waiting in the shadows, and she was ready to step into it. Rain lashed against the windshield as Harris's car sped north out of the city, the wipers beating a frantic rhythm. Sarah sat in the passenger seat, Emily's stuffed rabbit clutched in her lap. The note Melissa had slipped her felt heavier than stone. The name Elias Vaughn scrawled like a key to a door she wasn't sure she wanted to open. Harris broke the silence. If this guy exists, if he really left Lucerna, he's our best shot, but it could also be a trap. People who leave don't usually stay alive long. Sarah's voice was quiet, raw. Then why is he still breathing? Because maybe he's still useful to them, Harris said grimly. Or maybe he knows something so dangerous that killing him would make it louder. They followed the directions to a small coastal town, a place that looked forgotten, its boardwalk weathered, shops shuttered. The address led them to a crumbling Victorian house perched on the edge of a cliff, its windows dark, its roof sagging like tired shoulders. Stay close, Harris said, his hand hovering near his holster. They approached the door, which creaked open before they knocked. A man stood there, gaunt, his hair gray, his eyes sharp despite the hollows beneath them. Elias Vaughn. I knew someone would come eventually, he rasped, his voice low. Come in. Quickly. The inside smelled of dust and old wood. Books lined every wall, stacks of newspapers and files scattered across the floor. Sarah's eyes caught glimpses of headlines she recognized. Disappearances, closed investigations, sealed cases. Elias moved slowly as though every step weighed more than he could bear. You're Carter's wife, he said, settling into a worn chair. I saw your face on the news. He's bolder than I thought, Sarah's voice cracked. He took my daughter. He put her through hell. And he's sitting in a courtroom acting like a saint. Elias gave a humorless chuckle. That's Lucerna. They wear masks better than any actors on stage. Courtrooms, hospitals, universities. Everywhere power hides, they've planted seeds. Harris leaned forward. We need proof. Hard evidence that ties Carter and Lucerna together. something that can survive a courtroom. Elias's eyes flicked to him. Evidence doesn't survive their courtrooms. Judges are bought. Jurors are pressured. Files vanish. You don't beat Lucerna by playing their game. Sarah gritted her teeth. Then how? How do we burn them down? Elias studied her, his gaze piercing. By showing the world what they do. They thrive in secrecy. You drag them into the light, they wither. He reached for a battered box beneath the table, pulling out folders yellowed with age. He spread photographs across the table. Young men and women in robes, ceremonies in candlelit rooms, children sitting stiffly in chairs that looked all too familiar. Sarah's stomach twisted. Dear God! Elias's hand trembled as he pointed to one photo. Daniel stood at the center, his face younger but already hardened, his hand resting on the shoulder of a small boy. The child's eyes were wide with terror. That boy disappeared in 1998, Elias said. Never found. Official story said he drowned. But I was there. I watched Carter deliver him to the circle. Sarah recoiled, bile rising in her throat. Harris's jaw clenched, but his eyes remained on Elias. You kept this all these years. Why? Because leaving doesn't mean freedom, Elias whispered. It means silence. They let me live because they knew I was broken. They thought I wouldn't talk. Maybe they were right. Until now. Sarah's hands shook as she gathered the photographs. This is it. This is what we need. Elias shook his head. It's a start. But they'll bury it if you try to funnel it through the system. You have to take it higher, louder, make it impossible to ignore. Harris's phone buzzed. He answered, his face tightening as he listened. When he hung up, his voice was grave. Daniel's lawyer filed a motion for dismissal, claims unlawful evidence handling, jury tampering, media bias. And the judge, he's considering it. Sarah's chest clenched. They're going to let him walk. Elias's expression was grim. Of course they are. The trial was never meant to punish him. It was meant to clear him. Sarah's voice broke. Then why bring him in at all? To remind you who owns the rules, Elias said simply. The room fell into heavy silence. Rain hammered the roof, thunder rolling like distant drums. Finally, Elias leaned forward, his voice low and urgent. If you want to win, you have to outplay them. Find the cracks in their armor. There's one coming. A gathering. Solstice. They'll meet in the city. Every major player will be there. If you can expose them, then... He trailed off, his eyes distant, haunted. Sarah's pulse quickened. When? 3 weeks, Elias whispered. And if you're not ready, you'll never get another chance. Harris rose, gathering the files. Then we use these to buy time, force the court to delay, keep Carter locked up until the society makes its next move. Sarah stood, her body trembling but her voice steady. Then we'll be there. And when the masks come off, the world will finally see what they really are. As they left, Elias called after her. Be careful, Mrs. Carter. They don't fear the law. They fear the truth, and truth has a price. Sarah stepped back into the storm, the files clutched to her chest. For the first time since Emily was taken, she felt something stir inside her. Hope sharpened into resolve. But deep down, she knew Elias was right. The trial was theater. The real battle was coming, and it would demand more than courage. It would demand sacrifice. The courthouse was suffocating the morning Daniel's lawyer filed his motion for dismissal. Sarah sat stiffly in the gallery, clutching her bag with Elias Vaughn's photographs hidden deep inside. Every breath she took carried the weight of knowing that justice was already slipping through her fingers. Daniel entered with the same quiet confidence, his suit pressed, his expression calm. The chains on his wrists were discreet, barely visible under the cuffs of his shirt. He looked more like a professor ready to lecture than a man accused of orchestrating a child abduction. His eyes sought Sarah immediately, and that faint smile appeared, the one that told her he believed he had already won. Judge Whitmore cleared his throat, his gavel striking once. "We are here to address the defense's motion for dismissal." His voice was steady. But Sarah noticed the glint in his eyes, the same name Melissa had circled in the Lucerna files. A man tied to the society. The defense lawyer stood, his words smooth as silk. "Your Honor, the prosecution has built its case on unlawfully obtained evidence, emotional testimony, and media hysteria. The annex raid was executed under an invalid warrant, and thus any material gathered there must be excluded. Without it, there is no case against my client." Sarah's chest tightened. "They're going to let him go." The prosecutor pushed back, presenting photographs, receipts, the pink scrap of Emily's pajamas. But each piece was countered, each claim dismissed as circumstantial. "Fabric," the lawyer scoffed, "could belong to anyone. Receipts, common household items, text messages, unverified sources." When Harris took the stand again, his jaw clenched with frustration. The defense circled him like a shark. "Detective, is it true the warrant for the annex was retroactively invalidated?" "Yes," Harris admitted, his voice sharp. "Then you concede that the supposed discovery of a restraint chair, photographs, and any other materials from that location are inadmissible." Harris's silence was answer enough. Sarah gripped the edge of her seat, her nails digging into the wood. She wanted to scream that evidence was more than paper, that she had seen Emily in that basement, heard her cries. But she was bound by the same rules the society twisted to protect itself. Then came her turn. She walked to the stand, her knees trembling, her heart hammering. The defense lawyer's smile was polite, but his eyes gleamed with cruelty. "Mrs. Carter," he began smoothly, "you have endured a terrible ordeal. No one questions your grief, but would you agree that grief clouds judgment?" Sarah steadied herself. "My daughter was kidnapped. That is not grief, it is fact." He nodded sympathetically. "And yet there is no verifiable proof my client sent you the messages you claim. No direct link tying him to the photographs. Isn't it possible, Mrs. Carter, that desperation made you see what wasn't there?" Her fury flared. "No! The monster is right there." She pointed directly at Daniel. "And you're trying to help him walk free." The courtroom erupted in murmurs. The judge pounded his gavel. "Order!" Sarah's voice cracked, but she didn't stop. "You can erase files, you can dismiss evidence, but you can't erase the truth. My daughter lived through his cruelty. I lived through it, and the world will know." Her words hung in the air like thunder. When she returned to her seat, Harris leaned close, his voice low. "That was brave, but it won't be enough. They're setting him free." The judge announced a recess, his tone clipped. "This court will reconvene tomorrow to finalize the ruling on dismissal." His gaze lingered on Daniel, and for the briefest second, Sarah swore she saw a nod exchanged between them. Outside, reporters swarmed, microphones shoved in Sarah's face. "Do you believe the trial is rigged? Do you think your husband will walk free?" Sarah stopped, her voice steady despite the storm inside her. "Yes, it's rigged. And that's why I won't stop until the truth comes out." That night, back at her home, Sarah spread Elias's photographs across the kitchen table. Each image was a dagger. Daniel with children, Daniel in robes, Daniel presiding over Lucerna rituals. The proof was real, but Harris had warned her. These won't survive the courtroom. They'll vanish, sealed or destroyed. Melissa sat across from her, her face pale but determined. "Then don't give them to the court. Give them to the world." Sarah's breath caught. "Leak them?" Melissa nodded. "It's the only way. Once the images are public, Lucerna can't bury them. The society thrives on secrecy. Tear that veil, and they choke. Sarah's hands shook as she touched the photos. If I do this, they'll come for me. For Emily. Melissa's voice was steady. They already are. At least this way you fight back. Sarah closed her eyes, Emily's face flashing in her mind. Her daughter trembling in that basement. Her daughter clinging to her in the annex. Her daughter who deserved a world where monsters didn't hide behind suits and gavels. She opened her eyes, her resolve burning. Then we burn them in the light. The trial might be collapsing, the judge ready to dismiss, the society tightening its grip. But Sarah now held the last card. Elias's proof. And she knew the next move was hers. The house was silent except for the low hum of the refrigerator. Sarah sat at the kitchen table, the photographs Elias had given her spread out in front of her like pieces of a grotesque puzzle. Each image was a wound. Daniel younger but already cold-eyed, children stiff in their seats, Lucerna symbols painted behind them in flickering candlelight. She touched one photograph with trembling fingers, whispering Emily's name under her breath, as if her daughter's small voice could rise out of the paper. Melissa sat across from her, sipping bitter coffee, her eyes never leaving Sarah's face. "You understand what this means," she said quietly. "Once these are out there, you can't take it back. Your husband won't just be on trial in a courtroom. He'll be on trial in front of the world, and the society will do anything to stop that." Sarah's voice shook, but there was steel underneath. "They already took my daughter once. I'm done being afraid of what they'll do." Harris entered then, his tie loosened, exhaustion etched into his face. He looked at the photographs, his jaw tightening. "Melissa's right. If we leak this, it won't be just a trial anymore. It'll be war." Sarah met his gaze. "It already is." The decision settled in her chest like fire. She would not wait for Judge Whitmore to dismiss the case, for Daniel to walk out smiling. She would not watch the society rewrite her daughter's suffering into a technicality. The world needed to see. By dawn, Harris had called in a favor with a trusted journalist, one who wasn't owned by Lucerna's donors. A woman named Claire Monroe, known for exposing corruption even when it cost her networks. They arranged to meet at a small diner off the highway, far from the courthouse cameras. The diner smelled of grease and old coffee, neon buzzing faintly in the window. Claire arrived in a gray coat, her hair tied back, eyes sharp with the hunger of a reporter who knew she was about to touch dynamite. She slid into the booth across from Sarah, her recorder already in hand. "Off the record or on?" Claire asked. "On," Sarah said firmly. Her voice didn't waver. One by one, she laid out the photographs. Claire's breath caught as she leaned closer, her pen scratching furiously across her notepad. "Jesus Christ, these aren't just rumors, these are rituals, children." Sarah's throat tightened. "My daughter was one of them. You can't let them bury this." Claire looked up, her eyes blazing. "If I run this, they'll come after me too." Melissa's voice was sharp. "They already own you if you stay silent. You want to matter? Burn them." Claire studied the photos again, her face pale but resolute. "This will hit headlines within 24 hours. Once it does, there's no controlling it." She glanced at Sarah. "Are you ready for that kind of storm?" Sarah thought of Emily, asleep in her own bed at last, clutching her stuffed rabbit. She thought of the fear in her daughter's eyes, the way she clung to her, whispering, "Don't let them take me again." Her voice was steady. "Yes, let the storm come." The next morning, the world erupted. The headlines screamed across every major outlet. Leaked photos, reveal secret society rituals linked to judge, lawyers, politicians. Images of Daniel in his robes, children bound to chairs. The phrase, Sacrifice is devotion etched in journals, all splashed across screens and newspapers. Social media exploded. Hashtags like Lucerna exposed and dark academia crimes trended worldwide. Commentators raged, parents wept, activists demanded resignations. The society's carefully built mask was cracking in real time. At the courthouse, chaos reigned. Reporters mobbed the steps, waving the leaked photos, shouting questions. "Judge Whitmore, are you a member of Lucerna?" "Mr. Carter, did you personally participate in child rituals?" "Mrs. Carter, do you fear for your life?" Sarah pushed through the crowd with Harris at her side, her face pale but determined. Every flash of a camera felt like lightning, every shouted question like thunder. She kept walking, her only thought clear. "They see you now, Daniel. They see all of you." Inside, the judge's chambers buzzed with fury. Whitmore slammed his gavel until the wood splintered. "Order! This circus is unacceptable!" But it was too late. The genie was out of the bottle. The world had seen the truth, and no gavel could silence it. In his seat at the defense table, Daniel leaned back, his smile faint but fixed. He turned his head towards Sarah, mouthing words only she could read. "This isn't the end. It's the beginning." Her heart pounded, but she didn't look away. For the first time, she smiled back, not with fear, but with fire. Because she finally understood monsters only thrived in the dark, and she was done letting them hide. The courthouse steps had become a battlefield. Protesters shouted on one side, waving signs that read "Justice for the Children" and "Expose Lucerna now." On the other side, suits and polished shoes whispered into phones, their expressions cool, as if even this chaos was being managed behind the curtain. Sarah pushed through the noise with Harris at her side, flashes blinding her, microphones stabbing toward her like weapons. The photographs Elias had given her had detonated like a bomb. She had lit the fuse, and now the fire was burning too hot to control. Inside, the courtroom was thick with tension. Reporters filled every seat, cameras rolling, pens scratching. Judge Whitmore banged his gavel, his face flushed. "Order! This court is not a media spectacle. We will address this case according to the law, not according to headlines." But the headlines were louder than his voice. Across the room, Sarah saw prosecutors fielding frantic phone calls, their faces pale. The state attorney's office, once confident, now looked cornered. The society had always worked in silence, but now they were being forced to play their hand in the open. Daniel sat at the defense table, as calm as ever, his suit perfect, his eyes fixed on Sarah. His faint smile hadn't faltered since the leaks hit. To the world, he looked unshaken, even saintly, as if he were the only one above the hysteria. The defense lawyer rose, his tone sharp. "Your Honor, these so-called photographs are unverified, illegally obtained, and irrelevant to this trial. They are a smear campaign designed to poison the jury pool and strip my client of due process." Whitmore nodded, tapping his gavel again. "The court will not admit leaked materials as evidence." Gasps rippled through the gallery. Sarah's chest tightened, but Harris leaned close and whispered, "Doesn't matter. Public pressure has cracked the facade. They can't seal it all now." As testimony continued, protesters outside grew louder. Chants echoed through the marble walls. "We see you, Lucerna. No more lies." During recess, Harris pulled Sarah aside, his voice low. "You need to be careful. The leaks bought us time, but they also put a target on your back. They won't let this stand." Melissa joined them in the hallway, her face pale, her eyes darting nervously. "He's right. The society doesn't fight in public. They'll come at you in the shadows. You've humiliated them. That makes you dangerous." Sarah's voice trembled with rage. "Good. Let them be afraid for once." But the danger came quicker than any of them expected. That evening, as Harris drove Sarah home, headlights flared in the rearview mirror. A black SUV tailed them, its windows tinted, its engine growling. Harris's jaw clenched. "Hold on." He swerved onto a side street, but the SUV followed, speeding up. Sarah clutched the seatbelt, her heart racing. The SUV rammed their bumper, jolting them forward. Sarah screamed, Harris gripping the wheel tight. "They're trying to run us off." He veered down another alley, tires screeching. The SUV roared after them, closing the gap. Just as it lunged forward again, Harris cut sharply into a side street. The SUV overshot, crashing into a dumpster with a metallic roar. Sarah gasped for breath, her body shaking. Harris didn't slow until they were several miles away, the city lights glowing faintly ahead. He parked in a dark lot, his hands trembling on the wheel. "This is what we're up against," he said grimly. "Not just Daniel, not just a courtroom. The society wants you silent, Sarah, and they'll keep trying until you are." Sarah's throat tightened. "Then they'll have to kill me, because I'm not stopping." The next day, the media frenzy grew worse. News anchors dissected the photographs, senators called for investigations, and parents demanded resignations from anyone tied to Lucerna. But with every headline, threats multiplied. Sarah's phone buzzed constantly with anonymous messages. "You don't know what you've started. Your daughter will pay. Truth has a price." At home, Emily clung to her, frightened by the sudden swarm of police stationed outside their house. Melissa stayed close, but even she seemed uneasy, her eyes flicking constantly to the windows. "Do you regret it?" Melissa asked one night, her voice low. Sarah shook her head. "No. For the first time, they're exposed. People are listening. That's the only way Emily will ever truly be safe." Melissa's gaze was haunted. "Safe isn't a word Lucerna allows." Back at the courthouse, Judge Whitmore tried to reassert control. "We will proceed with this trial based only on admissible evidence. The jury will disregard any material circulated by the media." But the jury's faces told a different story. They had seen the headlines. They had seen Daniel's photographs. And no matter how tightly Whitmore gripped his gavel, he couldn't erase the truth burned into the public's mind. Still, Daniel remained composed. When the court adjourned, he turned to Sarah as officers led him out. His smile widened, his lips shaping words that made her blood run cold. "This won't save her." Her knees nearly buckled, but Harris caught her. "He's bluffing," Harris muttered. But Sarah wasn't so sure. Daniel had been 10 steps ahead before. What if he still had one more move left? That night, as Sarah tucked Emily into bed, she whispered promises against her daughter's hair. "They'll never touch you again. Not while I'm breathing." But outside, in the shadows across the street, another black SUV idled quietly, its engine humming like a predator waiting for the right moment to strike. The next morning, Sarah woke to the sound of helicopters circling overhead. News vans clogged the street outside her house, their satellites pointed skyward, reporters shouting into cameras. Police kept the crowd at bay, but their line was thin, their faces strained. Emily clung to Sarah's hand as she peeked through the blinds. "Why are they still here?" Emily whispered. Sarah smoothed her hair, forcing calm into her voice. "Because the world wants to hear the truth, sweetheart, and we're going to make sure they do." But in her chest, fear gnawed like a living thing. Every headline, every broadcast made her more visible. The society thrived in shadows, but now she had dragged them into the light, and she knew predators fought hardest when cornered. Harris arrived with Ruiz an hour later, both men looking grim. "The FBI wants in," Harris said as he set his badge on the table. "The leaks caught their attention, but they're also worried. They've had agents on Lucerna before, none of them lasted long." Melissa, standing by the window, scoffed. Because Lucerna owns the board. Politicians, judges, CEOs, they all bow to the society. You think some federal badge is going to change that? Ruiz dropped a folder on the table. Maybe not. But last night, 2 of Daniel's associates were found dead. Car accident. Except the brake lines were cut. Someone's cleaning house. Sarah's stomach turned. They're eliminating witnesses. Or silencing loose ends, Harris added. Either way, this isn't just about Daniel anymore. The society's circling the wagons. Before Sarah could respond, a loud crack shattered the air. The kitchen window exploded, glass spraying across the room. Emily screamed as Harris shoved her and Sarah to the floor. Another shot rang out, splintering the cabinets. "Sniper!" Ruiz shouted, dragging the table over for cover. Heart pounding, Sarah shielded Emily with her body. Harris barked into his radio, calling for backup. Sirens wailed in the distance, but Sarah knew seconds mattered more than minutes. Melissa pulled Sarah toward the hallway. "Move!" They crawled toward the back door as another bullet tore through the wall above their heads. Harris and Ruiz fired blindly toward the rooftops, buying them precious seconds. Sarah burst into the backyard, clutching Emily, her legs trembling as she sprinted toward the patrol cars, screeching into the street. Officers swarmed, returning fire. The shooter vanished into the chaos, slipping back into the city's veins like a ghost. Sarah collapsed behind a cruiser, Emily sobbing against her chest, her tiny fists tangled in Sarah's shirt. "They're not just threatening you now," Harris said, breathless as he crouched beside them. "They're trying to end it. This was a message." Sarah's voice shook with fury. "Then let them hear mine. I'm not going anywhere." By nightfall, the house was no longer safe. Authorities moved Sarah, Emily, and Melissa to a secure hotel downtown. But even there, safety felt like an illusion. Protesters shouted outside, their chants blending with reporters' questions. Harris paced the room, tension radiating off him. "We can't keep reacting," he said finally. "They're dictating every move. We need to flip the board." Melissa leaned forward. "Then hit them where it hurts. They're gathering. The solstice event Elias told us about. That's when they'll be vulnerable." Sarah tightened her grip on Emily's hand. "What if it's another trap?" Melissa's eyes didn't waver. "It will be. But it'll also be the only chance you get to drag them into the light. You've already cracked their mask. Now you have to shatter it." Later that night, as Emily slept curled beside her, Sarah stared out the hotel window at the city below. The skyline glittered, beautiful and merciless. Somewhere out there, Daniel's smile still lingered in the darkness, and the society moved like invisible chess masters. Her phone buzzed. Another message, no number attached. "You've drawn blood. Now we draw yours. Step back, Sarah, or Emily won't wake up next time." Her hands shook, but instead of fear, something colder filled her. "Resolve," she whispered into the night. "You'll never have her again. Not while I'm alive." For the first time, she understood. This wasn't just about surviving the courtroom anymore. The trial was theater. The real battle would be fought in the shadows, at the gathering where Lucerna felt untouchable. And Sarah was ready to walk straight into their den. The city pulsed with anticipation as the winter solstice approached. To most, it was just another night. Holiday lights flickering across storefronts, families rushing through icy streets, office workers stumbling out of bars. But to Sarah, Harris, and Melissa, it was a countdown to war. Inside the secure hotel room, maps and photographs littered the table. The address Elias had whispered before vanishing, the society's chosen site for their solstice gathering, glared at them from the center. A private museum downtown closed for restoration, its marble facade hiding a labyrinth of basements and banquet halls. "They'll be there," Harris said, tapping the map with his pen. The leaked files, the photographs, they've rattled them. They'll circle their wagons and show strength. That means every major member in one room. Melissa leaned back, her eyes hollow but sharp. Which also means every mask comes off. The rituals, the toasts, the words they hide in shadows, they'll bare their teeth in private. If we catch it, the world sees them for what they are. Sarah folded her arms tightly. And if we don't? Then Daniel walks free, Harris said, his voice grim. And the society grows stronger because of the sympathy backlash. Silence pressed the room until Emily stirred in her sleep on the couch. Sarah's gaze softened as she watched her daughter shift under the blankets, clutching her rabbit. For her, Sarah thought. Always for her. By dawn, Harris had secured forged passes, badges marked as catering staff. Melissa had provided the uniforms, recalling how Lucerna's events disguised servants as invisible shadows. No one looks at the people pouring drinks, she said. That's your cover. Sarah's stomach churned. You're asking me to walk into the same circle that nearly destroyed my daughter. Melissa met her eyes. Yes, because that's where the evidence lives, hidden in plain sight. Ledgers, lists, maybe even new photographs. Daniel might be the face, but the society's veins run through that room. That night, the museum's exterior was cordoned off by black cars and discreet guards. Inside, the halls gleamed with polished marble, chandeliers blazing like false suns. Guests in tuxedos and gowns drifted through the entrance, laughter echoing like knives against the stone. Sarah adjusted her catering uniform, the tray in her hands trembling slightly. Harris brushed past her, his disguise immaculate. Melissa walked a step behind, her face partially hidden beneath a cap. Remember, Harris murmured, his voice low through the comms, blend in, eyes open, don't engage unless you have to. Sarah nodded, swallowing hard. She forced herself to breathe evenly, her tray steadying as she moved through the sea of glittering masks. Conversations floated around her, their words dripping with arrogance. The photographs will fade, just a scandal of the week. Whitmore's already arranging dismissal. Carter will be back at the table by spring. The sound of Daniel's name nearly stopped Sarah in her tracks. She glanced across the room and froze. There he was. Daniel Carter. No suit of prison gray, no handcuffs. A tuxedo perfectly tailored, his posture regal, his smile serene. Guards flanked him, but not as captors, more like disciples. Sarah's breath hitched. How is he here? She whispered into her comm. Harris's voice crackled back, low and urgent. That's impossible, he's in custody. Melissa's hand gripped Sarah's arm tightly. No, he was never really in custody, that was the play. The trial was theater, just like Elias said. Sarah's heart pounded so loud she could barely hear the music drifting from the string quartet. Her husband, no, the man who had betrayed every vow, every truth, stood laughing among the society's elite, as if nothing had touched him. Rage flared through her, hot and blinding. She wanted to scream, to rip the mask from his face, but she forced herself to stay still, to keep her tray steady. Harris's voice cut through the storm inside her. We need proof, photos, recordings. If you blow cover now, we lose everything. Sarah's hands trembled as she moved closer to Daniel, weaving between waiters and guests. She held her tray like a shield, her ears straining to catch his words. The storm has only made us stronger, Daniel was saying, his voice calm, commanding. Sacrifice is devotion, and devotion demands silence. The weak have already been purged. What remains is loyalty. Applause rippled through the crowd. Crystal glasses clinked. Sarah's stomach turned. Melissa's whisper buzzed in her ear. He's rallying them. This isn't just a gathering. It's a declaration. He's showing them he's untouchable. Sarah forced herself closer, setting her tray down on a nearby table. She reached for the small recording device hidden in her pocket, her fingers slick with sweat. Slowly, she slid it beneath the table's cloth, angling it toward Daniel's voice. "Got it," Harris whispered. "Keep steady, we need him on tape." Daniel lifted his glass, his voice carrying across the hall. "Tonight, we prove that truth cannot touch us, that shadows are stronger than light, that even those who betray us—" His gaze swept the room, landing directly on Sarah. "Will be silenced." Her blood froze. He knew she was there. The smile that spread across his face wasn't one of recognition. It was one of ownership. Melissa's voice hissed through the calm. "He's baiting you, don't break." But Sarah's hands clenched into fists, her body trembling with rage. For the first time since this nightmare began, she wasn't afraid. She was ready. Because if Daniel wanted a showdown, she would give him one. The museum's grand hall throbbed with the hum of power. Waiters glided like ghosts between marble columns, serving champagne and caviar to men and women whose laughter cut sharper than knives. Candlelight danced across golden sconces, throwing long shadows that seemed alive. Sarah kept her head bowed, her tray balanced, her heart pounding so violently she thought the guests might hear it over the music. At the center of the room, Daniel stood like a conductor before his orchestra. His tuxedo gleamed, his posture radiated command, and every eye turned to him with reverence. He raised his glass, and the hall fell silent. "Tonight," Daniel said, his voice steady and strong, "we prove what the world has always known but never admitted. Truth bends to power. Headlines fade, judges bow, families break. But the society endures." Applause thundered, glasses lifted high. Sarah's throat tightened. The recorder beneath her tray hummed faintly, its red light invisible to anyone but her. Each word Daniel spoke was being captured. Harris's voice buzzed in her earpiece. "Good. Keep close. We need the names. Wait until they commit." Melissa, moving nearby with another tray, muttered softly, "He's more arrogant than I've ever seen him. He wants to be remembered." Sarah risked a glance. Daniel's eyes swept the crowd, cold and triumphant. "Lucerna is not merely a society. It is legacy. For centuries we have guided, protected, and shaped the path of civilization. Every institution, court, bank, university bears our mark. Tonight, we renew our vow." He turned to the long oak table behind him. Atop it lay a thick, leather-bound ledger, its spine cracked with age. He placed a hand upon it reverently. "This book holds the names of those who serve, those who carry the torch, those who understand that sacrifice is devotion." Sarah's breath caught. The ledger. Proof, real, undeniable. Melissa's whisper buzzed again. "That's it. If we get that book, they're finished," Harris murmured. "Patience. We need timing. One wrong move and we'll vanish before anyone sees daylight again." Daniel flipped the ledger open, running his fingers across the inked names. "We honor those who came before. Judge Whitmore, who shields us with law. Senator Harlan, who funds our vision. Dr. Castle, who molds the next generation. And many more." Gasps rippled through Sarah's chest. He was naming them aloud, carelessly, boldly. The recorder drank in every word, but then Daniel's gaze sharpened. He closed the ledger with a soft thud and lifted his head. "And yet, even among us there are traitors." The hall shifted, murmurs swelled like a storm. Daniel's voice hardened. "Those who leak, those who betray, those who believe light can defeat shadow." His eyes swept the crowd until they landed on Sarah again. A smile spread across his face, slow and deliberate. Sarah froze. The tray nearly slipped from her hands. Did he know? Had he always known? Tonight, Daniel continued, and we remind the world what happens to traitors. Two men dragged a figure into the hall, bound and gagged. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Sarah's heart dropped into her stomach. It was Elias Vaughn. Blood streaked his face, his shirt torn. He stumbled as they forced him to his knees at Daniel's feet. Melissa hissed into her mic. "Oh God, they found him." Daniel's voice boomed. This man thought he could abandon Lucerna, that he could hide in shadows not of his own making. He gave our secrets to the unworthy, and for that, his devotion ends tonight. The crowd erupted in applause. Sarah's chest clenched with fury and horror. The recorder was capturing everything. Daniel's confession, the names, the ritual, the violence. But Elias's life was about to be extinguished before her eyes. Harris's voice crackled sharp. "Do not move, we can't blow cover yet. Stay steady." But Sarah's fists shook. Elias had given her the proof, the photographs, the path. If he died here, his sacrifice would be buried with him. Daniel lifted a ceremonial knife from the table, its blade glinting in the candlelight. He raised it high, his voice solemn. "Sacrifice is devotion." The crowd echoed as one. "Devotion is eternity." Sarah's scream caught in her throat, her body trembling. Every instinct screamed to run, to fight, to stop the blade. But Harris's order pressed in her ear. "Wait for the signal. We need them all on record. Wait." Daniel lowered the knife toward Elias's throat. The room held its breath, and Sarah realized that in the space of one heartbeat she had to decide. Save Elias now and risk losing everything, or let the knife fall, capture undeniable proof, and damn herself for doing nothing. The candlelit hall held its breath. Every glass stilled, every murmur hushed, every eye fixed on the tableau at the center. Daniel Carter, blade raised high, Elias Vaughn trembling on his knees. The words hung like smoke in the air. Sacrifice is devotion. Devotion is eternity. Sarah's heart thundered. Her hands shook so violently the champagne glasses on her tray rattled. The recorder hidden beneath her uniform blinked red, capturing every name, every chant, every damning word. Proof, real proof. But at what cost? Harris's voice pressed in her ear, low and urgent. "Wait. We need the full ritual. Don't break cover, not yet." Elias's eyes flicked up, wild with fear, then softened when they found Sarah. He knew. He knew. The faintest shake of his head told her what words could not. "Don't waste this. Let it happen. Burn them with the truth." Tears stung her eyes. She couldn't breathe. Melissa's whisper hissed through the calm. "Sarah, if you move now, it's over. If you don't, he dies." Daniel's voice rang out, smooth and commanding. This man chose betrayal over devotion. He chose weakness over strength. Tonight we remind the world what awaits those who defy Lucerna. The blade hovered inches from Elias's throat. Sarah's mind screamed. "Do something!" Her fingers clenched, her tray wobbling. She could rush forward, shove Daniel, stop the blade. But then what? Guards would descend, Harris would be dragged down, Melissa exposed, and Emily, God, Emily, left defenseless against the society's revenge. But to stand still? To let Elias bleed? To watch a man who had risked everything for her be silenced forever? The hall erupted in chants. "Sacrifice is devotion. Devotion is eternity." Daniel's arm tensed. The blade began its descent. "No!" Sarah's scream ripped through the chamber before she could stop herself. The tray crashed to the marble, glasses shattering, champagne spraying across polished shoes. Heads whipped toward her, gasps rippled. Daniel froze, the knife suspended, his smile spread slow and cold. "Ah," he said softly, almost tenderly. "There she is, the traitor among us." The crowd turned, whispers surging like waves. Harris's voice exploded in her ear. "Damn it, Sarah, you've blown cover. Get ready, move!" Guards lunged. Harris ripped off his disguise, weapon drawn. Melissa tossed her tray, grabbing Sarah's arm. Chaos detonated, shots cracked, screams echoed. Guests stampeded toward the exits, their masks of elegance crumbling into raw terror. Harris's team surged in from side doors, tactical gear gleaming under candlelight. Daniel didn't flinch. Even as his guards fell, even as Elias was dragged back by officers, Daniel stood tall, knife still in hand, his smile carved into stone. "Do you think this ends me, Sarah? Do you think light burns shadow? You've only made us eternal." Sarah lunged forward, rage overpowering fear. She snatched the ledger from the table, clutching it to her chest. "No! I've made you visible, and that's what destroys you." Daniel's eyes blazed. For the first time, his smile faltered. Harris's hand yanked Sarah backward as gunfire erupted again. The chandelier crashed, glass raining like fire. Elias stumbled into Ruiz's grip, blood streaking his face but life still in his eyes. Through the smoke and screams, Daniel's voice carried above it all. "This is not an ending, Sarah. This is a beginning. For every name you expose, 10 more will rise, and Emily will never be safe." Then he was gone, vanished into the chaos, swallowed by his disciples as they dragged him through a side passage. Sarah clutched the ledger, her chest heaving, her ears ringing. She had the proof now. Names, dates, rituals, all of it inked in black and white. But Daniel had escaped, and the society's storm was far from over. Melissa's voice cracked as she pulled Sarah toward the exit. "We have to go, now!" Harris barked orders, officers covering their retreat. They spilled into the icy night, sirens wailing, smoke pouring from shattered windows. Elias coughed beside them, his eyes meeting Sarah's. "You did it. You took the book." But Sarah's hands shook as she stared down at the ledger. For every victory there was a cost. Elias was bleeding, Daniel was free. And Emily, her sweet, trembling child, was still marked by Lucerna's vow. In the distance, she swore she could hear Daniel's laughter carried on the winter wind. And Sarah Carter knew the Solstice Showdown was only the first battle in a war that had just begun. The ledger sat heavy on the motel table, its leather cracked, its pages yellowed with age. Sarah stared at it as if it were a living thing, a beast breathing beneath its cover, waiting to devour her whole. The chaos of the solstice raid still rang in her bones, the gunfire, the shattering chandelier, Daniel's triumphant smile as he slipped away into shadow. Now the proof lay before her, but opening it felt like stepping off a cliff with no ground below. Harris leaned against the wall, arms folded, eyes sharp. This is it, the heart of Lucerna, names, dates, rituals. Enough to bring down half the city if we play it right. Melissa sat hunched over, her hands trembling as she rubbed her temples. If you play it wrong, it'll bury you alive before you get the first page to the press. Sarah reached out, her fingers grazing the spine. She thought of Emily asleep in the next room, curled around her rabbit, safe for now. She thought of Elias, stitched and bandaged, sleeping restlessly down the hall. And she thought of Daniel's words echoing through the smoke. For every name you expose, 10 more will rise. Her voice cracked but held steady. Then let's start counting. She opened the book. The ink was cramped but clear, each entry a window into decades of devotion. At the top of the first page, scrawled in elegant script, "Sacrifice is devotion, devotion is eternity." Beneath it, lists, columns of names paired with dates, ceremonies, locations. Harris leaned closer. My God, judges, senators, CEOs, they're all here. Melissa swallowed hard. And not just names. Look, symbols beside them, circles, daggers, flames. Each mark means something. Sarah traced a trembling finger across the columns. One name leapt out, her blood turning to ice. Julia Carter, her sister. Her breath hitched. No. Melissa's eyes darkened. It explains everything. Her silence, her money transfers. She wasn't just covering for Daniel, she was serving Lucerna herself. Sarah's tears blurred the ink. Her sister, her blood had betrayed her in the deepest way imaginable. Harris's voice was low, grim. This ledger doesn't just prove corruption. It proves inheritance. It's generational. Families inducted their own. He pointed to another entry. See? Dates repeat. Fathers, then sons, mothers, then daughters. Sarah's stomach twisted. Legacy. That word Daniel had obsessed over, the one Melissa had warned her about. It wasn't just his obsession, it was the society's creed. Melissa flipped further. Look here, rituals logged in code. Orpheum room, 1998, child lost to water. That's Elias's boy. Quarry retreat, 2012, devotion through silence. That's another disappearance. Sarah's hands shook violently. How many children? How many families destroyed for their devotion? Harris's jaw clenched. Enough to make this the biggest true crime story in history. But we can't just drop this all at once. We need strategy. Melissa's voice was sharp. Strategy? You think strategy will keep them from coming for her? She gestured toward the adjoining room where Emily slept. Every minute this book exists in your hands, the target on her back grows bigger. Sarah snapped, her grief twisting into rage. Then let them come. I won't hide anymore. They wanted to erase us, but this time, the world will know their names. Silence filled the room, broken only by the faint hum of the motel heater. Finally, Harris exhaled slowly. She's right. This ledger is dynamite, and dynamite only works if you set it off. Melissa leaned back, her expression haunted. And when it explodes, it'll take all of us with it. Sarah turned another page. More names, more marks, each revelation heavier than the last. She found Daniel's entry again, his name marked with a double flame symbol. She turned to Harris. What does that mean? He studied it, brow furrowed. Double flame, leadership maybe, or worse. Melissa's voice was barely a whisper. It means chosen. He wasn't just a member, Sarah. He was being groomed to lead. Sarah's vision swam. She slammed the book shut, her body trembling. Then he'll come for it. For me. For Emily. And when he does, we'll be ready. Harris met her gaze. Ready how? Her voice was cold, steady. By finishing what we started, by dragging every one of these names into the light. No more shadows, no more secrets. If Daniel wants a war, then I'll burn his kingdom to the ground. Outside, the winter wind howled against the windows, rattling the glass like fingers tapping from the dark. Sarah tightened her grip on the ledger. For the first time, she understood the full scope of the enemy she faced. Not just Daniel, but generations of power bound by blood and ritual. But she also understood something else. They weren't untouchable anymore. The ledger lay open on the motel table like a wound that refused to close. The yellowed pages were dense with names, symbols, and cryptic notes, each entry radiating centuries of corruption. Candle wax stains blurred some lines, and certain names were underlined so heavily the paper was nearly torn. It smelled faintly of smoke and mold, as if the book itself carried the scent of every dark room it had been opened in. Sarah sat hunched over it, her hands trembling as she traced the ink with her fingertips. The motel's dim lamp cast long shadows across her face, making her eyes look older, hollower. She had fought for weeks to find Emily, survived Daniel's manipulation, exposed Lucerna's mask to the world. And yet, staring into this ledger, she felt smaller than ever. Every name was a dagger. Judges, senators, university chancellors, hedge fund CEOs, even philanthropists she'd seen celebrated on magazine covers. These weren't fringe players. They were the architects of society. Harris paced the room, his tie loosened, his shirt damp with sweat. We've got dynamite, but dynamite needs a fuse. If we leak everything at once, it causes chaos. The society thrives in chaos. They'll use it to consolidate power, but if we go name by name, hit them strategically, he trailed off, his jaw tightening. We can dismantle them piece by piece. Melissa scoffed from her chair by the window. Her silhouette was sharp against the neon motel sign bleeding through the blinds. You think strategy matters against people who own the rules? They don't play defense, Harris, they erase. You go name by name, and by tomorrow those people will be dead or conveniently relocated or their names replaced by others. You don't dismantle Lucerna. You torch it in one strike. Sarah's throat tightened. Her voice came out hoarse. And what happens to Emily if I do that? If I light this fuse, the explosion hits her first. Melissa's gaze softened for the briefest moment. She's already marked, Sarah. Daniel made sure of that. Her only safety is in exposure. Hidden, she's a target. Seen, she's untouchable. The words sank into Sarah like ice. She wanted to believe them, but she also remembered the sniper's bullet shattering her kitchen window, Emily's scream echoing in her ears. Exposure hadn't protected her. It had nearly killed her. Elias groaned softly from the adjoining room where he lay recovering on a thin motel mattress. The raid had left him battered, his body stitched together like fragile porcelain. Sarah slipped in quietly, watching his chest rise and fall. His eyes flicked open, dull but alert. You opened it, he rasped, his gaze sliding to the ledger in her hands. Yes, Sarah whispered. His lips curled into a humorless smile. Then you finally understand. This isn't Daniel's story, it's theirs. He's just a vessel they prepared long before you ever met him. Sarah knelt beside his bed, her voice trembling. There's a symbol next to his name, a double flame. Melissa says it means he was chosen to lead. Elias nodded weakly. Chosen, groomed. He wasn't supposed to be arrested, Sarah. That was theater. They wanted him visible in court, in headlines, so the world would look at him while the society moved freely behind the curtain. His escape wasn't a failure, it was the plan. Her stomach dropped. I mean, Elias cut in, coughing painfully. The trial was never about punishing Daniel. It was about baptizing him. Every camera, every article, every chant outside the courthouse, it was part of the ritual. He's not disgraced. He's been anointed. Sarah staggered back, her chest heaving. Images flooded her mind. Daniel smiling in the courtroom, Daniel free at the solstice gathering. Daniel's words, this is not an ending, this is a beginning. Harris entered, catching her expression. What did he say? Sarah's voice cracked. Daniel wasn't just playing the system, he was being crowned by it. Melissa's face darkened, her jaw clenching. That's why he smiled. Not because he escaped justice, but because justice itself is their weapon. Sarah opened the ledger again, flipping through feverishly. More double flame symbols appeared beside names she recognized from the solstice. Whitmore, Harlan, Castle. But one page made her blood run cold. At the top, underlined 3 times, was Daniel Carter. Beside his name, Orpheum Ascension, scheduled January 12th. Her voice broke into a whisper. What's Orpheum Ascension? Elias coughed, wincing with the effort. The highest ritual, leadership, a passage from chosen to eternal. That's when they give him everything, the wealth, the network, the blood. Once he ascends, he doesn't just serve Lucerna, he becomes Lucerna. Sarah's hands shook violently, the pages blurring through her tears. That's in 2 weeks. Melissa's voice was sharp, urgent. Then we don't have time for debates. We either stop that ritual or Daniel becomes untouchable forever. Harris rubbed his temples, the weight of it crushing him. If we leak this now, we might trigger a storm big enough to derail the ritual, but if we're not precise, it looks like hysteria. The media's fickle. Give them too much, too fast, and they call you a conspiracy nut. Sarah slammed the book shut. Then we don't give them a story. We give them a spectacle, something so undeniable, so horrifying that no one can look away. Melissa's eyes glinted. And you're ready for what comes after? Because once you do that, Sarah, you're not just fighting for Emily anymore. You're fighting for the world. Sarah glanced toward the adjoining room where her daughter slept peacefully. Clutching her rabbit, her heart twisted. She whispered more to herself than anyone else. Then I'll fight for both. The room fell silent, heavy with the enormity of what lay ahead. Hours bled into dawn. Sarah pored over the ledger, cataloging every name, every symbol, every date. Harris mapped out possible safe houses, media contacts, allies who hadn't yet bowed to Lucerna's influence. Melissa detailed the society's patterns, gatherings, disguises, channels of money and power.
Elias dozed fitfully, his words slurring between sleep, legacy, bloodlines, eternity. At sunrise, Sarah looked out the motel window. The world outside looked ordinary. Cars idling at traffic lights, children trudging to school, a couple arguing over coffee. But she knew better now. Every thread of normal life was held together by names in that ledger. She whispered to her reflection in the glass, her voice steady despite the storm inside. They wanted me blind. They wanted me broken. But now I see, and I will burn them down. Her reflection stared back, eyes hollow but unyielding. Behind her, Harris asked quietly, "So what's the plan?" Sarah turned, the ledger clutched to her chest like both weapon and curse. We go to Orpheum. We stop the ascension, and we drag every last one of them into the light. Melissa's lips curved into a grim smile. Then the war really begins. Elias stirred in the other room, his voice hoarse but clear, drifting into the silence. Careful, Sarah. Light doesn't always destroy shadows. Sometimes it just makes them longer. Sarah didn't answer. She didn't need to. Because for the first time, she wasn't afraid of the shadows anymore. She was ready to set the fire. The motel room smelled of old coffee, adrenaline, and fear. Sarah hadn't slept in more than 30 hours, though she couldn't feel the exhaustion anymore. She sat on the floor with the ledger spread open across her lap, her fingers tracing the cramped ancient handwriting. Every page was a labyrinth, a maze of names and codes that mapped out generations of corruption. Melissa paced like a caged animal near the window, pulling the blinds open just an inch to peek outside every few minutes. Harris sat at the desk, his jacket off, a pistol resting by his elbow as he made call after call to people Sarah didn't know. Judges, agents, journalists, anyone who might not already be compromised. The ledger was heavy, but heavier still was the realization clawing at Sarah's chest. Daniel's trial, his arrest, his release, it had all been an elaborate stage play. And the next act was looming. January 12th, Sarah whispered again, staring at the underlined words. Orpheum Ascension. Elias stirred on the bed behind her. His voice was ragged like broken glass. That's when they crown him. It won't just be a ritual, it'll be a coronation. Harris looked up from his notes, his face grim. A coronation for what? Elias coughed, his body shuddering. For leadership, for eternity. Once Daniel ascends, he won't just be another name in the ledger. He'll hold it. He'll write the next chapters. Sarah's stomach turned. The thought of Daniel, her husband, Emily's father, holding this book, deciding who lived, who died, who was sacrificed in the name of devotion, made bile rise in her throat. Melissa stopped pacing. If he completes the ritual, he becomes untouchable. Every power broker in that ledger will rally behind him. They'll protect him because protecting him means protecting themselves. Sarah closed the book with trembling hands.
Then we don't let him finish it. Harris leaned back in his chair, rubbing his eyes. Stopping him means infiltrating the ascension itself. That's not like the solstice gathering. This will be their inner circle, the oldest bloodlines, the purest fanatics. It won't be a gala, it'll be a fortress. Melissa's lips curled into a humorless smile. Then we tear down the fortress. Elias coughed again, blood speckling his hand. Careful. The last time someone tried to disrupt an ascension, their body was never found. The society erased them so completely it was as if they never existed. Sarah looked down at the ledger again, her eyes burning. Then we make sure this time the world is watching before the blade falls. The next 3 days blurred into a storm of planning. Harris coordinated with the few allies he trusted, building a skeleton team that could infiltrate Orpheum's stronghold. Melissa provided insider knowledge of the rituals, details she had learned in her years with Daniel, details she had tried to forget. "They'll dress in black," she explained one night, her voice low, her eyes distant. "Robes embroidered with the flame. The leaders will carry the ledger forward, and Daniel will be brought to the center chair. They'll chant the vow of eternity before the blood offering." Sarah flinched. Blood offering. Melissa's gaze didn't waver. "They'll need a sacrifice, always a child, sometimes a stranger, sometimes someone they know." Sarah's breath caught. "Emily!" Harris slammed his hand on the table. "Now, no, not again. We're not letting them get within a mile of her." But the fear lingered in Sarah's bones. She pulled Emily closer that night, watching her daughter sleep, whispering promises she wasn't sure she could keep. "I won't let them touch you again, I won't." Meanwhile, the ledger continued to reveal more horrors. Codes deciphered by Melissa and Elias showed that the society's reach wasn't limited to politicians and bankers. It stretched into hospitals, charities, even churches. They had hidden in plain sight, their rituals cloaked beneath the language of philanthropy and progress. Harris studied the pages with a soldier's patience. This isn't just a cult, it's infrastructure. They don't worship in basements anymore, they worship in boardrooms. Sarah's rage burned hotter. Then we burn their boardrooms too. On the fourth night, Sarah discovered something buried deep in the ledger's later pages. Her hands shook as she read the words aloud. Emily Carter, scheduled devotion 2025. The room went silent. Harris froze. Melissa's face drained of color. Elias groaned, covering his eyes with his hand. "No," Sarah whispered, her heart pounding so hard she could barely breathe. "No, this can't." Melissa rushed to her side, scanning the page. Her voice cracked. "They mark the children of chosen leaders, legacy, bloodline. They were always going to come for her, Sarah. She wasn't just taken randomly, she was being prepared." Sarah's body went cold, her vision blurring. Her baby, her little girl, had been written into this nightmare before she could even walk. Harris's voice was sharp. "Then we don't just fight for the society's victims, we fight for Emily, we fight for her future." Sarah slammed the ledger shut, her hands trembling with fury. "Then we stop the ascension, we stop Daniel, we stop all of them." Her tears fell hot and fast, but beneath them, her resolve hardened into steel. Harris laid it out with military precision. "The ascension will take place at Orpheum Hall, rebuilt underground after the fire. We'll need disguises, robes, masks. We'll blend in as initiates." Melissa added, "They'll check for devotion marks, tattoos, scars, brands. We fake them. Quick ink, hidden beneath sleeves." Sarah stared at her reflection in the motel mirror, whispering to herself, "A mother in a mask. A wolf among wolves." Harris continued, "We place recorders everywhere. We capture names, rituals, the offering. Once Daniel sits in that chair, every word he speaks will damn him. We won't just stop him. We'll bury the society. Elias, pale and shaking, lifted his head from the bed. Careful. They'll sense outsiders. If one of you slips, they won't hesitate. And remember, an ascension doesn't end until blood is spilled. If you stop the sacrifice, you break their ritual. That's when they'll lose control. Sarah's voice was steady. Then that's when we strike. That night, Sarah couldn't sleep. She sat by Emily's bed, watching her daughter's chest rise and fall. The ledger lay open on her lap, its words etched into her bones. She whispered softly, almost a prayer. They think you're theirs. They think they can write your life into their book. But you're mine. And I'll tear down their kingdom before I let them touch you again. Emily stirred, opening her sleepy eyes. Mommy? Sarah forced a smile, brushing her curls back. Go back to sleep, baby. Mommy's right here. But as she held her daughter's small hand, she knew the truth. The war wasn't about to begin. It had already begun the moment Daniel wrote Emily's name into that ledger. And Sarah would burn every page before she let it come true. The motel clock ticked toward midnight. Harris loaded his weapon with slow, steady motions. Melissa packed robes stolen from Lucerna's lesser gatherings. Elias whispered feverishly in his sleep, words of rituals and shadows, his mind trapped in memories he couldn't escape. Sarah sat in silence, the ledger clutched to her chest. Outside, the winter wind howled like an omen. Orpheum Ascension loomed. And for the first time, Sarah didn't feel afraid of the shadows. She felt ready to drag them screaming into the light. But the city felt unnaturally still on the night of January 12th. Snow fell in thin, lazy sheets, blanketing the streets in white, muffling the usual hum of traffic. Yet beneath that quiet, Sarah felt something pulsing, like a heartbeat echoing through the concrete. Every instinct told her the society was awake, preparing, waiting. She stood in front of the mirror in the motel's bathroom, fastening the black robe Melissa had given her. Its fabric was coarse, embroidered at the cuffs with a stitched flame, identical to the ones she'd seen at the solstice gathering. When she pulled the hood up, her reflection looked like someone else, someone darker, more dangerous. Her hands trembled, but her eyes did not waver. She whispered to her reflection, "For Emily. For every child they marked." Harris knocked once before stepping in. He, too, was cloaked in black, his robe disguising the pistol holstered beneath. "It's time," he said simply. His voice was calm, but Sarah knew him well enough now to hear the tension in it. In the other room, Melissa was finishing the mark. She held a needle dipped in black ink, tracing the society's flame symbol onto Sarah's wrist. The sting made Sarah wince, but she forced herself to stay still. "They'll check," Melissa murmured. "If they see you don't have this, you won't make it past the doors." Sarah glanced down at the crude tattoo as Melissa bandaged it. "It feels like wearing their mask." Melissa's eyes met hers, sharp and unflinching. "Sometimes to kill a snake, you wear its skin." Elias, still frail but recovering enough to sit upright, sat on the bed with the ledger open on his lap. His voice rasped through the quiet. "Remember, the ritual has 3 stages: invocation, vow, sacrifice. If you disrupt it before the sacrifice, they'll call it incomplete. But if you stop it during the vow, they'll call it betrayal. They'll turn on Daniel, but they'll turn on you too." Sarah's heart pounded. "And if we stop it at the sacrifice?" Elias's gaze was hollow. "Then you break them. You shatter the illusion of control. The society feeds on completion. Deny them that, and their own fear will eat them alive." The plan was fragile, but it was all they had. Harris would carry the hidden recorder. Melissa would guide them through the ritual she knew by memory. Sarah would keep her eyes locked on Daniel. And when the moment came, she would act. The Orpheum Hall rose like a mausoleum at the edge of the city. Its grand stone columns loomed over the snow-covered street, its windows dark, its doors guarded by men in black coats. To the world, it was under restoration. But tonight, its underground chambers would host Lucerna's most sacred rite. Sarah's breath fogged the air as they approached in silence. Her robe and hood blended her into the procession of other initiates filing through the gates, each of them marked by devotion. The guards checked wrists with flashlights, their eyes cold. Sarah held her breath as one seized her hand, tugging back the bandage. The flame symbol glared up at him. He grunted, nodded, and waved her through. Inside, the air shifted. The marble floors gleamed with candlelight, the chandeliers unlit, the vast hall glowing only with fire. The scent of wax, smoke, and incense choked the air. Dozens of robed figures moved in silence, their faces hidden, their steps synchronized. Melissa whispered at her side, "They're preparing. Invocation starts soon." Sarah's pulse thundered. She glanced across the room, her eyes catching on the raised dais at the far end. There it was, the chair. The same grotesque, heavy piece of furniture she had seen in the annex and the solstice chamber. This time polished, its metal restraints gleaming in the firelight. And standing near it, speaking softly to a cluster of men, was Daniel. Sarah froze, her breath catching in her throat. He looked untouched by prison or chaos, immaculate in his robe, his hood pushed back. His hair was perfectly combed, his jaw clean-shaven, his face glowed in the candlelight, not as a fugitive, but as a king awaiting his crown. Their eyes met across the room. His smile was slow, deliberate, a knife twisting in silence. Melissa tugged Sarah's sleeve, pulling her forward. "Don't stop. Don't let him see fear." But Daniel already knew. Sarah could feel it. His gaze followed her as she moved deeper into the hall, as if the entire ceremony was already choreographed, and she was simply dancing his steps. The invocation began with chanting. Dozens of voices rose in unison, their tones low, vibrating through the stone walls. The words were in Latin, phrases Sarah didn't recognize but felt in her bones. Candles were raised, flames flickering, shadows stretching across the marble. Sarah kept her hood low, her lips moving silently as Melissa whispered the words in her ear. Harris stayed close, pretending to chant, his eyes scanning the room. The ledger was brought forward, carried by two men like a sacred relic. They placed it on a black pedestal before the chair. Daniel stepped forward, his voice cutting through the chants like steel. "Tonight we renew eternity," he said, his tone steady, commanding. "Tonight we rise above the storm. Tonight devotion binds us." Applause rippled. Sarah's skin crawled. Daniel placed his hand on the ledger. "Our fathers built this world in shadow. Our sons and daughters inherited in fire. Sacrifice is devotion. Devotion is eternity." The crowd echoed, voices booming together. "Devotion is eternity." Sarah's fists clenched beneath her robe. Every word was being recorded. Every face in the candlelight, every chant, every vow, it was all proof. But she knew proof wouldn't be enough if they didn't stop what came next. The vow began. One by one, members approached the dais, placing their hands on the ledger, swearing their loyalty aloud. Names Sarah recognized, judges, politicians, men whose faces she had seen on magazine covers, spoke words of allegiance that would damn them if the recordings ever reached daylight. Harris murmured into his comm, his voice tight. "We've got enough here to indict half the city, but we can't move yet." Melissa's whisper was sharp. "Not until the sacrifice. That's the break." Sarah's breath caught as Daniel raised his hand, silencing the hall. And now, the final devotion. The crowd shifted. 2 guards entered through a side door, dragging a small, trembling figure between them. Sarah's heart stopped. The child's hood fell back, revealing a face she knew better than her own. Emily. Sarah's scream tore through the chamber before she could stop herself. "No!" Head snapped toward her, hoods turning, whispers rippling. Daniel's smile widened, his eyes burning with triumph. "Welcome, Sarah," he said, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. "You've come just in time." The chamber pulsed with whispers, the crowd rippling like a living sea of shadows. Sarah's scream still echoed in the vaulted ceiling, but she couldn't stop it. Emily stood in the center aisle, flanked by 2 robed guards whose grip on her small wrists made Sarah's blood boil. Emily's curls stuck to her damp cheeks, her wide eyes searching the crowd in terror until they landed on Sarah. "Mommy!" she cried, her voice raw. The sound nearly broke Sarah's legs. She surged forward, but Harris grabbed her arm, yanking her back hard enough to bruise. "Not yet," he hissed through clenched teeth. His eyes burned with urgency. "If you break cover now, we're dead. She's dead. We need timing." Sarah's chest heaved, her body trembling as if her skin itself wanted to tear apart. Her daughter was right there, so close she could smell the faint vanilla shampoo in her hair, hear the hitch in her sobs. How could she stand still? Daniel raised his hand and the chamber fell silent. His voice rolled through the hall like thunder. "Behold, the offering. Flesh of my flesh, blood of my blood. Devotion made pure through sacrifice." The crowd chanted in unison. "Sacrifice is devotion, devotion is eternity." Sarah shook violently. "He's going to kill her," she whispered, tears burning her cheeks. Melissa leaned in close, her own face pale but steady. "Not if we stop it at the right moment." Elias was clear. During the sacrifice, their ritual is weakest. Break it then and the illusion shatters. The fear turns on them. Sarah's nails dug into her palms until blood welled. She had to trust them, she had to. But every maternal instinct screamed at her to rip Daniel's throat out now. The guards dragged Emily toward the dais. She stumbled, crying, clutching her rabbit in one hand, its fur matted with dirt. The sight made Sarah choke. Emily hadn't let go of it, not once. Even in terror, she clung to the one thing that reminded her of home. Daniel knelt before her, his face illuminated by candlelight. He brushed a curl from her cheek, his gesture almost tender. "Do not be afraid, little one. This is an honor. You will carry us into eternity." Emily flinched, shrinking back. "I want Mommy." Daniel's smile faltered for just a moment. He stood, raising the ceremonial blade high. Its silver edge glimmered with reflected fire. "Sacrifice is devotion," he thundered. The crowd roared, "Devotion is eternity." Sarah's vision blurred with rage. She could no longer feel her body, only fire. Her hands shook as she reached for the dagger hidden beneath her robe. But Harris caught her wrist. "Not yet," he growled, his voice sharp, desperate. "One more second. One more. We need him on tape condemning himself." Her teeth clenched so hard her jaw ached. She stared at Daniel, blade poised above Emily's head, and swore she could hear her own heart cracking. Daniel's voice rose. "With this devotion, we complete the vow. With this sacrifice, we ascend. Witness eternity." His arm tensed, the blade beginning to descend, and that was the breaking point. Sarah ripped free of Harris's grip and surged forward, her scream tearing through the chants. "Don't touch her!" The hall erupted. Guards lunged toward her, but Harris and Melissa moved instantly. Harris's pistol barked, the sound shattering the chants into screams. Melissa hurled her tray of candles into a guard's face, fire and wax exploding across his hood. Chaos detonated. Sarah slammed into Daniel, knocking his arm wide. The blade clattered to the marble, sparks flying. Emily shrieked, scrambling backward into the shadows. Sarah grabbed Daniel's robe, her nails clawing at the fabric as she screamed into his face, "You will not have her!" Daniel's eyes flared with fury, but his smile returned even as blood from Sarah's nails streaked his cheek. "You think this ends me? You've just made me eternal." Harris fired again, dropping another guard. "Move!" he shouted. "Get the kid!" Sarah spun, spotting Emily crouched near the dais, her rabbit still clutched in her arms. She sprinted toward her daughter, her robe flaring. She dropped to her knees, scooping Emily into her arms, clutching her so tight she could barely breathe. Emily sobbed against her chest. "Mommy, don't let them take me." Sarah pressed her lips to her daughter's hair. "Never again, I swear it." The chamber was bedlam. Some members fled toward the exits, their masks of power stripped by fear. Others surged forward, chanting louder as if volume could drown chaos. A few pulled weapons of their own, blades flashing in the firelight. Melissa ripped the ledger from the pedestal, clutching it to her chest. "Got it!" she shouted over the din. Daniel roared, his voice echoing through the stone like a beast. "Do not let them leave! They are traitors! Kill them all!" Guards charged. Harris covered them, his pistol spitting fire. Two dropped, but more swarmed from the shadows, their chants twisting into shrieks. Sarah, clutching Emily, bolted for the side passage Melissa had pointed out earlier. Her legs felt like lead, her lungs on fire, but adrenaline dragged her forward. Behind her, Daniel's voice pursued her like a curse. "You can't run from eternity, Sarah. She belongs to us." Sarah didn't look back. She pressed Emily's face into her shoulder and ran harder. The side corridor was narrow, lined with stone, torches flickering along the walls. Harris barreled after her, Melissa close behind with the ledger clutched under her arm. Boots thundered behind them, the guards in pursuit. "Left!" Melissa shouted, pointing. "Stairs!" They rounded the corner, Emily's cries echoing in the confined space. Harris spun, firing again, slowing the pursuers. "Go! Get her out!" he barked. They stumbled into a staircase, spiraling upward, their shadows leaping across the walls. Sarah's chest burned, her arms aching from holding Emily so tightly. Melissa shoved the ledger into her hands as they climbed. "If we die, you take it, you show the world." Sarah shook her head violently. "We're not dying here, not tonight." But in her gut, she knew this was no ordinary escape. This was war, and war always demanded sacrifice. They burst through a service door into the freezing night. Snow stung Sarah's face, her breath exploding in white clouds. Sirens wailed faintly in the distance, police or reinforcements she couldn't tell. Harris slammed the door shut, bracing it with his shoulder. The guards pounded from the other side, their chants twisting into guttural roars. Sarah cradled Emily, her tears hot against the cold air. "You're safe, baby. You're safe." But Melissa's voice was grim as she scanned the snowy streets. "No, not yet. Daniel's still inside, and he won't stop until she's his." Sarah clutched the ledger to her chest with one arm, Emily with the other. Her voice was raw but unbreakable. "Then we burn him, we burn all of them." And behind the locked door, Daniel's voice rose above the pounding fists of his guards, echoing into the night. "You can't escape, Sarah. The society is everywhere. We are eternity." For the first time, Sarah smiled through her tears because eternity had just been caught on tape. Snow fell harder now, the flakes swirling like ash in the night wind. Sarah clutched Emily close as she staggered through the alley behind Orpheum Hall, her robe heavy with melting frost. Harris and Melissa flanked her, their breath steaming in the cold. their eyes darting down every shadowed corner. The pounding from the door they'd barricaded inside still echoed in Sarah's ears, but now it was replaced by something worse. Silence. "They've stopped," Harris muttered, his pistol raised. "That means they're circling," Melissa nodded grimly. "Daniel won't send grunts this time. He'll come himself. He wants her back." Sarah's arms tightened around Emily. The little girl's sobs had quieted into hiccuping whimpers, her small fingers clutching at the fabric of Sarah's robe. "Mommy, I'm cold," she whispered. "I know, baby," Sarah murmured, pressing a kiss to her forehead. "Hold on to me. Just a little longer." The alley opened into a courtyard lit by a single flickering street lamp. Snow crunched under their boots. Harris scanned the perimeter. "There," he said, pointing to a service van parked at the far edge. "We get in, we drive, we disappear." But as they moved, a voice sliced through the air like a blade. "You can't disappear, Sarah. Not from me." Daniel stepped from the shadows beneath the lamp, his robe gone, replaced by a tailored black suit. Snowflakes dusted his hair, his eyes gleaming with the same cold fire Sarah had seen on the night he'd first been taken into custody. Behind him, 3 guards fanned out, blades glinting in the dim light. Sarah froze. Her chest tightened as Emily whimpered, hiding her face in her mother's shoulder. "Give her to me," Daniel said calmly, his hands open as if in supplication. "This doesn't have to be violent." Sarah's voice shook with fury. "You tried to sacrifice her. You put her name in that cursed book. You were going to murder your own child for your devotion." Daniel's smile was faint, chilling. "Murder? No. Transcendence. She was chosen. She was meant to carry the flame, to elevate our line." "You don't understand, Sarah. You've never understood," Melissa snarled, stepping forward. "She's not your legacy, Daniel. She's a child, your child. And you were ready to spill her blood for eternity." Daniel's gaze flicked to Melissa, his smile widening. "And you, always meddling, always standing in the way of greatness. You should have stayed silent." Harris raised his pistol. "Back off, Carter. This ends tonight." Daniel laughed softly, the sound echoing off the stone walls. "Ends? Harris, you've already lost. The moment Sarah screamed in that hall, she gave me eternity. The society saw her fear, her rage, her devotion to the child. That devotion is mine. It always has been." Sarah's stomach turned. "You're delusional." "No," Daniel said, his voice sharp now. "I am eternal." He snapped his fingers. The 3 guards lunged forward. Gunfire split the night. Harris dropped one instantly, Melissa slamming into another with a grunt, the ledger clutched in her other hand. Sarah staggered back, shielding Emily as the 3rd guard charged. With a surge of desperation, she swung the heavy book like a weapon. The leather cracking against the man's face. He stumbled, blood spraying across the snow. Emily shrieked, burying her face in Sarah's chest. When the snow cleared, Daniel was still standing, untouched, his smile unbroken. He stepped closer, his hands slick with blood from Sarah's earlier scratches, his eyes locked on her. "Give her to me, Sarah. If you don't, I'll tear her from your arms." Sarah's breath heaved, her body trembling, but not with fear, with rage. She lowered Emily gently behind her, pressing the rabbit into her daughter's hands. "Stay here, baby. Don't move." Emily's tearful eyes widened, but she nodded, crouching low against the wall. Sarah rose, the ledger still clutched in her hands. "You want devotion, Daniel? You want eternity?" She hurled the book into the snow between them. "Then choke on your own damn legacy." Daniel's eyes flicked down to the ledger, then back to Sarah. His smile cracked, fury bleeding through. "You don't get to touch it. You don't get to speak our vows." Harris fired again, but Daniel moved with startling speed, lunging forward and knocking the gun aside. The two men crashed into the snow, grappling. Melissa dove in, shouting Sarah's name, but another surviving guard dragged her back, the ledger ripping from her arms. Daniel's hands found Harris's throat, his voice a low snarl. "You think bullets end devotion? You think law ends eternity?" Sarah's vision tunneled. Without thinking, she snatched the ceremonial blade one of the fallen guards had dropped. The metal was cold, heavy in her hands. She surged forward, slamming into Daniel with all the fury she had left. The knife's tip pressed against his chest, inches from his heart. Daniel froze, his eyes wide, then softened. He whispered almost tenderly, "Sarah, if you kill me, you become me. Violence is devotion. Devotion is eternity." Tears blurred Sarah's vision, her hands trembling. She pressed harder, the blade cutting through fabric, pricking flesh. Emily's small voice broke through the night. "Mommy, please, don't." The words snapped Sarah back. She wasn't Daniel. She wasn't Lucerna. With a roar, she twisted, not into his chest, but into his arm. The blade sliced deep, and Daniel screamed, collapsing into the snow. Harris rolled free, coughing, blood streaking his lip. Melissa tore the ledger back from the guard, slamming the man into the wall until he crumpled. Daniel writhed, clutching his bleeding arm, his voice hoarse but defiant. "This isn't over. You think the world will believe you? You think they'll turn against us? Lucerna is forever." Sarah leaned over him, her eyes blazing. "Not if I burn every page." She raised the ledger high, then hurled it into the street lamp's flame. The leather caught instantly, fire racing across the pages, the names, the vows, the bloodlines, all turning to ash. Daniel's scream pierced the night, raw and guttural, as if the fire consumed him too. Snow swirled, smoke rising into the sky. Emily ran into Sarah's arms, sobbing as she clung tight. Harris limped forward, holstering his gun. Melissa stood over Daniel, her breath heaving. "It's over," Sarah whispered, clutching Emily. "You'll never touch her again." But as Daniel collapsed into the snow, his voice rasped one final curse. "You can burn the book, but you can't burn eternity." His eyes closed, his body still. Sarah held Emily tighter, her tears falling hot against the freezing air. For the first time, she felt the weight of victory and the terror of what it might cost tomorrow. Because Daniel was gone, but the shadows of Lucerna were still everywhere. The snow was still falling when the sirens arrived, painting the courtyard in red and blue. Harris lowered his pistol as officers poured in, shouting commands, their boots crunching across the blood-streaked snow. Melissa dropped her hood and raised her hands, her face pale, streaked with soot and sweat. Sarah stayed crouched in the snow, clutching Emily as if letting go even for a second would summon Daniel back from the dead. The burning ledger lay in the street lamp's glow, pages curling into ash, fragments of names carried into the night sky. Sarah stared at the fire, knowing she had destroyed the society's sacred record, and with it, her chance to hand over undeniable proof. One of the officers shouted, "We need medics! We've got wounded!" They rushed toward Harris, who waved them off with a grunt. His throat was bruised, his jacket torn, but his eyes burned with quiet fire. "It's over," he said, his voice hoarse. "Daniel's gone." Sarah lifted her head, staring at the flames. "No." He said it himself. "Lucerna doesn't die with one man." Melissa stepped closer, her eyes haunted but steady. "He's right. They'll scatter. They'll cover their tracks. Without that book," she gestured to the burning leather, "it's our word against theirs." Sarah shook her head. "Not anymore. The world saw them. The leaks, the recordings, the chaos at Orpheum, it's already out there. Maybe the ledger's ash, but their masks are gone. They'll never hide in plain sight again." Emily stirred against her, whispering, "Mommy, can we go home now?" Sarah's throat tightened. She kissed her daughter's hair. Yes, baby, we're going home. But the news cycle hadn't stopped. True crime thriller of the century, one headline read. Shocking cult ritual exposed in New York. The photographs, the recordings Harris had managed to secure before the final showdown, the testimony of Elias Vaughn, all had ignited a firestorm. Judges resigned, senators were questioned, universities purged trustees overnight. Some called it a conspiracy unraveling. Others called it justice finally clawing its way into the light. But through it all, Sarah stayed silent. She had no interest in cameras, in interviews, in reliving the nightmare. Her only interest was Emily. They moved to a quiet town upstate where the snow fell softer, where no one knew their faces. Emily started school again, her curls bouncing as she ran into classrooms with other children. Sarah watched her every morning with tears in her eyes, promising herself she would never look away again. Melissa stayed with them at first, her presence steady but restless. Eventually she left, whispering that she had her own ghosts to chase. Harris visited when he could, though his new job in a federal task force kept him busy. He always left with the same words. It's not over, but you're safe, for now. Sarah would nod, knowing he was right. Lucerna had been wounded but not destroyed. Somewhere in the cracks of power, survivors were waiting. One evening, as Sarah tucked Emily into bed, the little girl clutched her rabbit and whispered, "Mommy, do bad people always come back?" Sarah paused, smoothing her daughter's curls. "Sometimes, baby, but when they do, we fight them again and again, until there's no place left for them to hide." Emily's eyes closed slowly, her breathing steady. Sarah stayed by her side until sleep claimed her, then walked to the window. The town below was quiet, street lamps glowing on the snow. Her reflection in the glass looked older, sharper. Not the Sarah who had once been blind to her husband's secrets, but the Sarah who had fought shadows with fire. She whispered into the night, "You wanted eternity, Daniel, but eternity ends with me." The snow fell softly, burying the world in silence. And for the first time in months, Sarah allowed herself to breathe. And so, the truth finally tore through the veil of deception. But remember, shadows never die, they wait. The question is, when will they come for you? If this story sent chills down your spine, make sure to like, share, and subscribe to Dark Pulse for more crime suspense stories, psychological thrillers, and dark mysteries every week. Tell us in the comments, where are you watching from and at what time?